Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
I am present at the Spiritual Site Building in Chinle, Arizona.
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton is present. Honorable Vince James.
Yat Eben Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Otto So.
I am present.
Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. We do have 4 members of the Law and Order Committee who are present at this time, and it does constitute a quorum as was stated. We are going to go ahead and begin right now with invocation. Do we have Mr. Willie Tracy with us here today? Sorry, I got my reading glasses on. I can't really see out there. Okay, Shana, Honorable Albert Johnson, Vice President for Azet and Nagaha, can you go ahead and lead us with invocation this morning? Asheha and Fago Shana, Albert Johnson, Asheha, Vice President of Azekban Nagaha, just delivered the invocation here at the Azekban Nagaha Nation Spiritual Grounds in Chinle, Arizona. And so this is the Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We'll go ahead and proceed forward at this time to the next item on the agenda, and that's number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. We'll go ahead and start with introductions. Honorable Vince James, would you like to introduce yourself at this time to the members of the Azekban Nagaha who are here in Chinle, Arizona? Honorable Vince James, we can't hear you. Do we have Honorable Vince James? Oh, you don't see him? Okay, he must have got off the line. Oh, go ahead, Shanella. The floor is yours for introduction.
Yad Ishnale, thank you. Ado, Kaha Central, Ade Isno Santo, Ade Honosoni. Should they put it in insurance and Jenny Bashish Chin, Kia Anidashin Cheda, Hanavani Dashinale. Ado, the not often Seniki can dash a chill, the country, Citra, Hoye, Jelito, what I argue not often so, Quenzastation Coalition Lenko. Ado, I will see Law and Order Committee, Aje, Sato, Cantata, Dako. But add a age in the house, saying, don't let a cash and I'll show him, quite a dollar.
Shanella, I'm sorry. We just asking the people in the room here if your introduction was loud enough for everybody here. So I think they're going to go ahead and set up the PA system here. We're going to go ahead and move on. Vice Chair Otto So, can you go ahead and introduce yourself at this time?
Oh, yeah, I did. I get additional Law and Order Committee. Morning, Madam Chair.
For what?
Mr. Prince James, it's been auto so in the Shia. Now, Kaidana, toy shed clean in the Shla. And there's a cup behind a Bashishin. Look at the Nagas a Chay. So, tonight, Jenny, it as not it, Nan State of 20 next. There's a day,
Vice Chair, you must be on the road. We can, you keep heading in and out.
Shortly, I will be there a little bit later. I am en route to your grounds there in Chinle, Arizona. On one day back to Chibito. So I did but once I get into signal area, I'll call back in. Thank you very much. I'm going to go unmute.
There you go, Vice Chair. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward. Vice Chair Otto So is driving in right now. I think he said that he's in Chichambitwa, so he'll be here shortly. We do have Honorable Eugene So, who is here with us today. Shuja, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Beyond the Christian, the transaction, ye the negations, ye has cried and I don't know. I don't, Jay to the cheating, research down. आज का थोड़ी सी नहीं था खाली ले टीचर की रूम आज क्या और आज एक आधा थोड़ी सी दी आधे नासन कौन का आधा था इसी जगह आज का होता है आरो किया आन उधर से ये आदि क्वेश्चन भी रोकार से किया आने के था नहीं न कुछ लेकिन आप तो ये हाँ court house and of the secret are in on Adam should say. Are put for national in the research station card, none of the card. Only the low man are not a kaya. They are on a shop or share. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene, so for the introduction. We'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have Honorable Edmund Yazzie on the line? Second call for Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Not hearing anything, I'll go ahead and proceed forward. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eugenia Charles Newton. I am the chairwoman for the Law and Order Committee. I'll be running the meeting here today on behalf of Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. My clans are Bitafni. I'm born for the Ashihe, Ashte, Eshe, Kopa, Shinella, and that's Ani Neze, Ada Nasha, Adi Siako, Ada, Adi. Inna, it's in Inna, this is energy, that's where we come from. And so I have been the chairwoman for Law and Order Committee throughout the last 3.5 years. We'll be concluding this year. As you all know, it is election year, so we'll be coming into the 25th Navajo Nation Council starting in January. But I'm happy to be here. I'm really excited, and I feel blessed to be here today conducting this meeting on behalf of Law and Order Committee on a topic that is very near and dear to my heart. So hopefully we'll be able to get you guys the answers that you, to the questions that you have. We'll hopefully be able to provide you guys some answers to that. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward, and I'll ask, are there any other delegates on the line? Second call, do we have any other delegates who are currently on the line? Do we have anybody? Oh, Shajaz Delegate Thomas Walker, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, yes, Chairwoman, Eugenia Charles Newton, D. Thomas Walker Jr., the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Sanan Kingston, the city, Twina Heading, or Nana, San, Sakon, San the Hoya, passing the Ibana Shako, the Obana Shit, I think 110 chapters, Bandit, Law and Order Committee members, honorable colleagues,
Thank you, Thomas Walker, for being on the line. Do we have any other delegates on the line? Not hearing anything and not seeing anything on the screen, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Who do we have from the Speaker's office?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. This is Nikita Kirk, Legislative Staff Assistant with Office of the Speaker, and I'm attending the meeting today with a group here at the Special Site Building in Chile, Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita, for being here with us with the Law and Order Committee. Do we have anybody else from the Speaker's office on the line? Not hearing anything, we're going to proceed forward. Who do we have from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Good morning, Law and Order Committee. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I'm on the line. I think that Chad Abeda, also from Office of Legislative Counsel, will join during one of the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Services on the line or here with us in Chinle?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Lorraine Spencer. Sitting on Jenny and I assist the Law and Order Committee.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. Cheryl, can you go ahead and introduce yourself at this time?
Good morning, everyone. Cheryl Notary and Chair. Touching Bashichin, I am the Law and Order Legislative Assistant. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Cheryl. Do we have anybody else from Office of Legislative Services on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Manuel Rico with Legislative Services Director here. And I'll be on and off your meeting, but I'll be listening in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Director Rico. Thank you for being on the line with us here at Law and Order Committee. Do we have anybody from the Judicial Branch on the line?
Madam Chair, this is Chief Justice Joanne Jane. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Chief Justice, good morning. Yes, we can hear you. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to the people here at the Spiritual Ground.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Law and Order Committee. Joanne Jane and Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation, for being on the line with us today. Chief Justice, do you have any of your staff on the line at this time?
Madam Chair, yes, there is. They will introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Judicial Branch employees, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, hey, this is Karen Francis, Government Relations Officer. Thank you.
This is Stephen Edsity, Administrative Director of the Courts. Good morning.
Good morning, Chief Justice. Good morning, Ms. Francis. Good morning, Mr. Edsity. Thank you for joining us on behalf of the Judicial Branch on the Law and Order Committee meeting this morning. We'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the Office of the President and Vice President on the line?
Hello, good morning, LOC. This is Tamara Johnson with the Office of the President.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for being on the line. Do we have anybody from Division of Public Safety on the line? Second call, do we have anybody from Division of Public Safety on the line? Not hearing anything. Do we have anybody from the Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning, members of the Law and Order Committee. This is Desiree Deschetney with the Department of Justice, Human Services and Government Unit.
This is Roderick Begay also with the Department of Justice, Shaya Twitter being taught a Bashashin, he on a Trade sit not Jenny. That's another. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Veronica Blackhat, also with Department of Justice. Topajna Ajinsle Twe Glini Bashichin Kaidana Shache Kilachin Nationale. Good morning.
Good morning, Department of Justice, Ms. Desiree, Mr. Begay, and Ms. Black. Thank you for joining us on the Law and Order Committee. Do we have anybody from the prosecutor's office on the line? Do we have anybody else from the executive branch on the line? Thank you. Lorraine, can you go ahead and contact possibly Tyson Yossi from Chinley Prosecutor's Office to see if he can get onto the line? We will also need Division of Public Safety, Jesse Delmar on the line. I'll go ahead and text him as we begin our meeting as well. We do need DPS and Prosecutor's Office on the line when we start to talk about the issues regarding Navajo. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. I will ask at this time, is there anybody who wishes to announce themselves who is currently on the line?
Good morning. This is Kathleen Bowman from the Public Defender Office. Kia ani nishlento bitani bashichin pintlachini stashache do tordichini stashanala. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Bowman. It's good to hear your voice this morning. Thank you for being on the line with us today.
I'm the only one on the line
from the executive branch who wishes to announce themselves at this time. Not hearing anything. I'd like to ask, do we have any chapter officials on the line?
Good morning. This is Marcarlo Roanhorse, Ganado Chapter President. Sanjikena Nishle Totoni Bashichin Kia Ani Dashache Sinajini A Dashanele. Thank you, Chair and LOC committees.
Thank you for being on the line. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I just got Ganado Chapter President. Can you say your name one more time? Did you guys get his name? Roanhorse? Okay. Mr. Roanhorse, good morning and thank you for being on the line with us today. So with that, we'll proceed forward to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Before I call for a motion in a second, Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the agenda into the record, please?
Good morning, everybody. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting through telecommunication or in person, May 9th, 2022, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman. Honorable Otto So, Vice Chairperson. Location is at the Navajo Nation, AB Indian, Chinley, Arizona. 1, calling to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals for April 25th, 2022. 5, receive reports. A, report from Judicial Branch on directive issued to Judicial Branch on February 14th, 2022, providing written and verbal reports in regards to condition of appropriation. And at that time, there was a motion made by Honorable Otto So, second by Honorable Vince James. And this report was referred to the next LOC meeting, which is today, by Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. The report was not completed. B, report from the Board of Directors as they've been the nation regarding decriminalizing of peyote. C, report from Daryl Moon, Chief of Police, Navajo Nation Police Department regarding intergovernmental agreement with Nahatatseo Commission Governance and Nahatatseo, Arizona, new lands to occupy the building for police officer. 6, old business none. 7, new business none. 8, close the meeting, announcement and adjournment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, the agenda has been read into the record. A motion is being made at this time by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second made by Honorable Vince James. So with that, committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, we do have an agenda set before us at this time. We'll proceed forward to the next item on the agenda, which is review and adopt the journals. We do have one journal, April 25th, 2022. At this time, we do have a motion made by Honorable Eugene So to adopt the journal. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. Committee members, are there any questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the journal at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazi absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, the April 25th, 2022 journal is hereby accepted with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 5 on the agenda. We are at receiving report. We do have a report from the Judicial Branch on the directive issued to the Judicial Branch on February 14th, 2022 to provide a written and verbal report in regards to the conditions of appropriation. This report was referred to the next Law and Order Committee meeting by myself, Chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, because at that time we did lose the Chief Justice. She did lose connection at that time. The written report has been completed and has been sent. Lorraine, do you have a record of when that report was sent to the Law and Order Committee? I believe Honorable Eugene So said that the report was sent to us on Thursday. Can you verify that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. The actual report was given on April 25th. And I sent another report last week on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, I don't have a copy. I only have one copy, but I can send out the other copies to the members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I do need a motion. Well, actually, this is not table. We'll actually just refer back to the law and order committee. Can you advise us at this point, do we need to do a motion to hear the report again? Or do we proceed forward? Because the motion is already established by Honorable so there was a second that was established by Honorable Spring. Again, the reason why we did to this agenda is because the Chief Justice lost connection at that time, so the report had not been completely given to the Honorable Committee. So we advise us whether we need a motion to pull the report again or whether we just proceed forward. Dana? Do we have anybody from legislative council on the line who can provide the committee? Ms. Barbara? Do we have anybody from?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Chad Beto with Office of Legislative Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Branch regarding the directive that was issued February 22. The judicial branch did a written report. However, they were in the process of providing a verbal report when the Chief Justice got cut off.
Madam Chair? Madam
yes.
Chair?
Yeah, I think I got it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I cannot understand. It's just a lot of mumbling over the phone, a lot of muffling. So I couldn't hear what you said from the beginning.
Can you hear me now?
There's also an echo.
No, Chad, that might have been me, Dana. Let's ask. I could not hear the chairwoman either before, but I heard her last words. So let's try again, and I'll answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Can you hear me now?
First,
Dana,
I heard
can you
that
hear me?
first. I heard that.
Can you guys mute your phones? Dana, can you hear me now?
Yes, Madam Chair, I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Dana. So very quickly, my question was, do we just proceed forward with hearing the report from the judicial branch, or do we need to do a motion to hear the report again? We did start hearing the report 2 weeks ago at the Law and Order Committee. A motion was established by Honorable Otto So. A second was established by Honorable Vince James. During the verbal report that was provided to the Law and Order Committee, we lost connection with the Chief Justice. And as a result of that, the report was not completed. So we moved the item onto the next Law and Order Committee agenda. We didn't table it. We just moved it to the next Law and Order Committee agenda. So my question is, do we need to do anything to hear the report? Do we need to reestablish a motion in a second, or do we just go straight into the report, Dana? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I did hear you. That was a good connection. Based on the particular circumstances, you can go straight into the report.
Thank you for that, Dana. So with that, a motion and a second has already been established. Chief Justice, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. You do have 15 minutes to present any information that you feel is necessary for this committee to hear. Chief Justice, before I turn the floor over to you, do you have any questions on the procedure at this time?
Madam Chair, this is Joanne Jane. Are you able to hear me quite well? I'm
Yes,
checking
we can
my
hear
sound
you, Chief Justice.
I do have a question, Madam Chair. May I ask a question? Hello?
Yeah,
Can you
Chief
hear me?
Justice, if you have a question, go ahead.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. At our last meeting, we gave our report, we gave our entire report. And when it was time for questions, we had answered questions, and then there was one question that we left off with. And if it's permissible, that was a question by Delegate James. And it had to do with next steps and how there can be assistance in regards to grazing permits. And so, if permitted, I would like to start with answering that question. And then I don't know if the committee would like to hear the entire report again. And so if that would be the case, then I would have Stephen at City, the Administrator of the Courts, to make that report again, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Chief Justice. If we can go ahead and just get a high-level summary of the report that you provided the last time, and then you can go straight into answering the question that was posed to you by Delegate Vince James regarding, I believe you said, the home site lease, or was it the grazing right? So if you want to go ahead and proceed that way, Chief Justice, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, at this time, what I would like to do is turn this time over to Agent Stephen at City. I would like to come back and answer the question from Delegate James, because I had started that in the last meeting and then got cut off. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chief Justice. So with that, Mr. Stephen at City, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Shannon, can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Hey, everybody, good morning. Che Stephen at City. Jorge cleaning the schle. Auto Ashihan, it is ja. What sort near it is a che? What a teen it is another schle. I am the Administrative Director of the Courts for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. And I understand there's maybe some people gathered at the meeting site in Shinli. I wanted to just clarify and just restate, this directive came out of after a presentation that the Judicial Branch made on our condition of appropriation and 4 legislative concerns on February 14th, 2022. The directive was a follow-up to that presentation, and the directive was to the Judicial Branch to provide a comprehensive list and any funding required that identifies laws and policies that need revision to improve systemic issues within the Judicial Branch. So that was the directive, and that directive was issued by Madam Chair in a memorandum to Chief Justice on February 14th, 2022. And that is what we responded to. And so the list that we created is broken down into 5 subject areas. There's the beginning part of it addresses items that are within the Navajo Nation Code Title VII, which is the title that is set aside for the Judicial Branch. Our authorities and our our guidelines and policies for how we operate and how we're constructed. So that's the first part of our report. There's several items that we are highlighting as elements that we can work on that are already in place, actions that can be taken between the Judicial Branch and the Law and Order Committee coordinating on. The next area that we highlight is on the overarching topic of service of process, and that involves entities outside of the branch as well as things that the Judicial Branch has been doing over the last several years to try and move the responsibility of proper service of court documents in a more timely fashion to under certain case types. We've received money in the past that highlights the need for this assistance when dealing with domestic violence issues, and that's where we have put a lot of our focus. But there are many other cases and many other instances where service of process is a responsibility for the police department and for other entities within the Navajo Nation. And we have had prior discussions with the Law and Order Committee going back to last year when we were talking about the private process servers that we were paying out under the CARES Act, and then also under using Navajo Nation Judicial Branch general funds to close out those contracts. And so we had some discussion about the need to have a broader conversation with all of the entities that have a responsibility for service of process. And so that's another subject that we put in this response to this directive. The third subject matter in this response is it covers the area of probate cases, and again raises some concerns about how to some of the challenges that the peacemaking program faces in terms of their ability to assist in helping our people address their probate cases. We had a discussion with the Law and Order Committee again last year in September, and it was focused on some probate and some home site lease issues. In the Eastern Agency, we had a constituent, Mr. Patrick Atakai, step forward and describe his issues, and we also had the peacemaking program along with the Bureau of Indian Affairs in that meeting to hear those concerns and to speak to some of the challenges we face. One of the main proposals is how can we get the peacemaking program to render more assistance on the matter of probate cases in a attempt to increase the rate, to decrease the amount of time that it takes for probate cases to be resolved. So that is a discussion that we had in September of 2021, and we have not yet had a chance to come back around and bring all those parties back together. And of course, the probate issues are impacting all of the Navajo Nation, not just the Eastern Agency. So while the Eastern Agency does have some particulars about land issues with allottees and other parts of the Navajo Nation on trust lands do not have those same issues, there are still some concerns between the way the Navajo Nation policies and regulations are set up and how the Bureau of Indian Affairs in 25 CFR identifies some of the matters that are critical to probate cases. So we raise those in this paper as an area that we need to continue to work on with the Law and Order Committee and parts of the Division of Natural Resources within the Navajo Nation, and certainly the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The next element that we included in our response to the directive is another matter which the Judicial Branch and the Law and Order Committee can work on, and that is the proposal to change the status of the Pueblo Pintado Circuit Court. It was established in, I believe it was in 2012, the planning started, and by 2013, Pueblo Pintado community was provided with a circuit court, which was a further extension of judicial services in the Eastern Agency. And it's been almost 10 years now that that court has been in existence and operating. And while, of course, the last 2 years under the pandemic have curtailed some of its activities and its services, coming out of the pandemic may be a good opportunity to review what is happening in the Eastern Agency and Pueblo Pintado Circuit Court and consider converting it from a circuit court to a full judicial district. So we offer that as a proposal. The last area has to do with the judicial branches, some of our rules of procedure that require original signatures. And of course, these are things that the judicial branch can work on internally and coordinate with the Law and Order Committee and also our judicial partners that we work with on down the line, from the prosecutors all the way to law enforcement and public defender's office and social services and other offices within the Navajo Nation government that have cases coming to the courts. However, there's some issues regarding the overall improvements in information technology that would be needed in order to really facilitate an improvement by moving towards the use of technology to assist with things like e-filing. One of the first major hurdles that we need to address is how do we get a set of policies and rules consistent across the Navajo Nation just on the simple matter of electronic signatures. And so that is another element that we put into this paper. Madam Chair, those are the 5 areas that we highlighted in response to this directive. And of course, if you have had your opportunity to read the, I believe it's an 11-page document in total, 12 pages, you'll see how those are laid out for the Law and Order Committee to consider. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Chief Justice. We'll give it back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Epsity, and also Chief Justice Jane. Does that conclude your report at this time, Chief Justice?
Madam Chair, the report part of this, yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief Justice. And just as a recap for those who are listening in and those who are here with us today, the Law and Order Committee has been working with the Judicial Branch to try to address some of the issues that are happening here on the Navajo Nation regarding the legal system and what needs to be changed. The Judicial Branch currently is experiencing a shortfall when it comes to compensating our judges correctly. So they did submit a 2019 salary study of judges and justices. This issue is happening across the Navajo Nation. We currently have Navajo Nation employees who are working $9 an hour or $10 an hour. And that is a really low compensation. For our judges right now, we have a lot of our judges right now that are not making what is comparable to what you see at the state level for judges. Many of our judges do have a Juris Doctorate degree, so they did go to law school. And so the issue that the court has been facing is trying to fill the vacant judge positions, but also trying to also increase the compensation for our judges. So that's one of the first issues that they did present, and that we did ask them, what can the Law and Order Committee do to help address this issue? The next issue that they also brought to the Law and Order Committee's attention is housing. So we do have a lot of individuals who do come back to the Navajo Nation to work for the nation, but there's no housing available. In most cases, when you're trying to get a home site lease, it does take quite some time, as many of you guys probably have experienced that, or you know that that's happening. So what we have been trying to do is we've been trying to address the housing issue by possibly building houses so that we can put judges in the communities that do need judges. For instance, Pinyon. We could hire a judge, let's say out of Crown Point, who may be able to cover the Pinyon district, but it's a lot requiring the judge to drive almost every day from Crown Point to Pinyon. So in most cases, we do require that of the Chinle judge. The judge in Chinle does have to drive to Pinyon in order to hear cases there in Pinyon. So we are lacking housing for the judicial branch. They also brought to our attention, and this is the Law and Order Committee, they also have the Annis Judicial District, the issues that are happening there in Annis in terms of their court. The court actually is very small and it needs to be replaced. We do have a judge who is covering that area in the Annis area, but the judge has to sometimes split their time between the Shiprock area and then the Annis area. And so because we have limited number of judges, a lot of our judges are having to split time between two communities. And that's one of the issues that was brought forward regarding Annis. There's also an issue of service of process. In law, service of process is a legal requirement. And that means that the court has to notify you anytime that you're being called into court. So this may be a civil hearing or it may be a criminal hearing. By law, even in the federal level, the U.S. Constitution requires that anybody who is going to be brought to court has to be notified. In this case, what's happening is a lot of the way that the law is written is it's the prosecutor's office, or in civil cases, it's the attorney's office that should be notifying you. Usually at the state and federal level, you have the courts that are notifying the individual of the court hearing. When a service of process is done, that's when somebody actually comes to you and they give you a court document and they tell you, that you have to appear in court. That's what that service of process is. That's usually required for criminal cases because your life, your liberty, and your property is at stake. So it requires you to be in court. So what the judicial branch is saying is right now, the judicial branch is not required by law to give notice to individuals. That falls back on the responsibility of the attorney or the other side that's supposed to be notifying you. And so by law, the court cannot pass judgment on you if you're not in court and you haven't received any notice. So that's where that service process comes into place. It plays a very important role in the way that we conduct our judicial business here on the Navajo Nation. We also talked about probate cases. So the probate cases have been an issue on the Navajo Nation. This is, I guess it's maybe, what would you say, is it maybe a taboo to talk about this? Traditionally, you're told don't plan for your death. That's how we're taught traditionally. On the Bilagana side, they tell us you're supposed to plan for your death. And one of that is when you have land that's in your name, on the Bilagana side, they always try to encourage you to do a will that says that you're going to transfer your land or you're going to transfer your belongings to somebody else. It used to be by law that it was the oldest child that would get everything. But now that's changed. And so now the court kind of gets pulled into it with these probate issues, because when the land is not given to somebody, then they have to decide who is going to take that land.
So when you're talking about grazing permits, who's going to take that grazing permit? Who's going to take the home site lease? You know, if there's royalties attached to your land, like oil royalties, who is going to, you know, who's going to start taking those oil? So the court right now has fallen behind because of COVID. They fell behind with the probate cases. So a lot of people are upset right now saying that their probate, you know, they don't know who owns the land. And I'm sure that you guys have all heard families dispute because of that. You have relatives who, you know, they fight each other because they're saying that's my land, or, you know, that's my grazing right. So if we could just have, you know, the grandmas and grandpas, mom and dad, you know, just sit down with the kids to say, I'm going to sign this and say that the land belongs, I'm going to give it to you. Then that way you can take that document to the courts and you can get it recognized. But if that doesn't, then it goes through this probate issue or the probate court. With the probate court, they bring everybody together to say, okay, you know, grandma is gone or grandpa is gone right now, and so who is going to speak up for this land? And that's really kind of one of the issues that courts are facing right now. It used to be that peacemaking court used to be able to hear those cases, but because now the federal government is saying we can't have peacemaking do it at the judicial branch. An actual judge is the one who has to pass this order in order to give land to somebody because it's the federal government's land. So that's what we're talking about right now with the probate, and then how peacemaking used to play a role in that. And so now the court is recommending that we make changes to the law in order to recognize what's going on and then to help with the procedure. The court also gave they also talked about the Pueblo Pintado Circuit Court. I don't know if you guys know where Pueblo Pintado is. It's out in the Eastern Agency. It's way past this between Crown Point and the, I think it's the road going towards Albuquerque, Cuba. It's between Crown Point and Cuba. And so right now it is a circuit court, meaning they only go there one day a week. But what the court is recommending is make it a district. So that way that court is open 7 days a week. So a lot of the families out in Eastern Agency have to travel at least 2 hours to go to Crown Point in order to hear their court hearings. So they are making that recommendation. There's also the information technology concern, and this is a concern across the Navajo Nation. And I'm hoping that one of the presidential candidates will take this up. We tried to talk about this at council, but we have to be able to collaborate with the executive branch and the judicial branch. But right now, what Window Rock requires is that we have to go to Window Rock to sign documents. And that's a lot. That's a lot of time, and then that's mileage, and then, you know, and then also like we get the reimbursement. So if you have somebody who's working in Cuba City and they have documents that have to be signed, they have to go to Window Rock to go sign those documents. And so what we have been trying to say at council is this is ridiculous because it's using up the people's money. We could do e-signature. We do that when we buy a car. You know, they bring out that little little pad to us, and then we just sign it electronically, right? We do that when we get, you know, when we buy a house, we sign for it. When we do loans, we sign for it. We can do it out of our own home. We don't have to go to the bank to do this. So we're trying to do something like that, and that's what the court is trying to do right now. Is they're saying that we should be able to sign these documents, and you guys, the people, should be able to sign the documents from home as well, and that's part of that e-signature or the e-filing, which is kind of like when you do your taxes, you file your taxes online. You could do the same thing. If you're going to bring a case into the court, you can file that online. So we don't recognize that right now. And the way that the filing happens is you take a piece of paper, you fill it out, you sign it, you take it to the court, and then they stamp it, you know, and then they do the paperwork right then and there. What we're saying is we should be able to do that from our own office or from our own home. We sign it, we scan it, we send it into Window Rock instead of having to drive out there. So those are some of the issues that the Judicial Branch brought forward to us, and they're asking for the help of the Law and Order Committee to try to help address some of these issues. We also put them on a timeline, and we said that we told the Judicial Branch, we need to know what issues are happening at the court so that we can start working to try to fix it. And that's what this is, what they're talking about with their report. So I just want to make that known for those of you who are here at the Navajo Spiritual Site, and then those who are listening in online. The report that has been submitted to the Law and Order Committee at this time is 12 pages long, but there are recommendations, committee members, that have been provided to us by the court. So with that, committee members, are there any questions? Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
I didn't just know some negative. The way what page change on it in regards to the probate. I think there's a Navajo Nation rule. It's how I'm spot. I don't know. Those I see one to area, they not understand kind. And in regards to most critical one and controversial one is Title 3 Navajo Nation Code, subsection A75, which is beyond grazing community has on it, and that it has on it beyond also coincide with the CF 425 or 167. ADG beyond that, probate, a travel court no car. And what I guess you're recommending is to put that into the grading committee or form board. But I have a recommendation it doesn't. But form board gave the grading protected. Kaya can't really agitate but they don't have authority over the lease or land use permit, etc. It was allowed also to mediate dispute accreditation with District Grading Committee and the form board. I set this as the Eastern Land or ASAL, they work with a different code, R25, different section. The criteria, in regards to the case law, Mary Jo Ellis case, that's when we had on the court made a decision on just portion of the paragraph that the grading committee interpreted and made a call the judge but at the end of part of that paragraph, in regards to the grading regulation, CS 25, Title 3, 871, the beyond they have the authority to enforce the grading regulation. Within the plan of operation, they do some responsibility 13 on the car. So it conflicts, the law conflicts with Title 1. What I mean in regards to that is Title 1, in the old days, people used to say, to the cheating in the version. But in that time, permits and lease were given, but not given to people that are fluent in English. So every fair has the North Overcast. So what really happened since the years went by is that that's when they found out what the grading permit is. It's just for, so many amount of, numbers, sheet unit numbers. In regards to the range utilization studies, annually. But they commit. So, in regards to probate laws, each one will try to grab should or not, should not be checked. The square to permit the net the family, it is through this chart has an charity at the yoke so, and just a few days ago, the net action plan a while ago, there's very similar what can be done to make laws, to make the government in that regard. I think that's real good to change some of those laws if we can go by the old way or the new way where, like I always mention that the Attorney General before Herbiali, I believe, told the chapter official that there's a lot of complaints just piling up in the court because of the family dispute among one another, a mother against a daughter or son or father against that's what was said to them long before, about 20 years ago. But to this day, we haven't done anything yet in that regard. So it is now going on to use permits and leases within the Navajo Nation. It conflicts with the Title I fundamental law because for this Navajo, it's known like it's those another one should not have been there. Yes, about not because of the permit and lease because how it is in there. The young of in Western language. So that's really critical. We don't, I don't know how we can do it, but I do have not a plan, but something I can do with it. I try to ask the Department of Ag and the division director. I sat down with them, but they don't really hear me. It goes with a conservation plan. We can get that conservation plan and also not only natural resource, but also to conserve the cat, the family relationship, the clan system. It will really conserve it. It will really help out if we do it that way within that conservation plan. Because as Navajo people, we all part of the natural resource. We all part of the sunlight, the water. Everything out there is all part of us. Even now, but neatly did, but we are the wisest now. And as the old ways, the new ways. Some of our kids are with our churches that don't really like our religion. We're very divided now, but that's where we're at. So to change all these things, but something has to be done. Homicide basically it's also conflicts with CF 425 and also the Title I. It's got conflict because within the homicide, if you're going to sign a homicide, you have to sign it within a half a mile radius. And as we all know, people don't live in circles on the Navajo Nation. So it conflicts the sheep unit on the grazing permits. Because if you have 5 sheep units now, I guess that can cover that half a mile radius. But if you have 20 or maybe 100 or more, you have to have more than a half a mile radius. So it really conflicts the sheep unit if you can tell people that within half a mile, almost sure you can't sign it, but you know. But they're using that part of it. I don't use either card on this card. That's the number one big conflict in there. That's why I dropped legislation with Dana. I think I talked to her about it, but I'm going to drop it. Is It's out of order. On-site lease is out of order because it conflicts with other laws. I think that's how the law is. It conflicts with the federal law and also the Navajo Nation law, Title I. So even now, but it's really out of order if you really see it. The way I understand it, by layman's term, I would really like to sit down with you, AJ and Chief Justice, to really hear me out how it should be made for the future generations where we can bring the family back together. We should use the couple to conserve that for the future. Because we're talking all the time the second generation from the Navajo. Well, I see a shadow. I would really like to have a meeting with the Chief Justice and also Attorney General. Thank you. That's what I have.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for the Chief Justice? Not hearing anything, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Chief Justice. Delegate Eugene So has provided some concerns. Do you have any comments or anything further that you'd like to add at this time, Chief Justice? Chief Justice?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead. The floor.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much, members of the Law and Order Committee. Delegate Eugene So, thank you for the comments and the questions. I wanted to start out by saying that certainly there is the 7 Navajo Nation Code at Section 875 that Delegate So talked about briefly, and under that code, basically, there are the general duties of district grazing committees, and so I wanted to bring that out. And then also, Delegate So also mentioned Navajo Nation, Section 871 under that same code, 7 Navajo Nation Code 871. And basically also Delegate So also said that certainly the grazing committee, a delegation to them, their responsibilities and assistance that will be given to them is under the executive branch, which is specifically the Division of Natural Resources, and they are to offer technical assistance to the grazing committees. And in regards to changing some of the laws, I believe that that is the purview of the legislative branch to move forward any laws that would be changed that are statutory within the Navajo Nation Code. And also, there was mention about home site lease, and I wanted at this time, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, that that the issue of home site lease, sometimes they stand alone, but a lot of the times, and I can't give the percentage of the times that they come up as issues, they normally and almost always, I think, are connected to land use permits. But then you're seeing that with some of the cases that, at least in the past, have come up with the Navajo Nation Supreme Court. And based on that, and because there are Supreme Court cases that are pending right now, I can only go through what the administrative process is and cannot dive into any position or any recommendations. However, Stephen at City is available in regards to the recommendations that we had given to the Law and Order Committee on the processes. Going to the land use permit is connected to the grazing permit, and then almost always connected to home site leases. So any challenges or issues that come up on that issue, the nation has seen in the past, and I can't speak for district courts because I do not know what is at the district courts. I don't know what kinds of cases that are there, only because that's under the authority of the district court judges. So briefly, I wanted to bring that up, that because it is connected, it is highly sensitive. The area of probate law, the area of home site leases, the area of land use permits, very sensitive, and they are very complex issues. And I wanted to bring that up. And then at some point, Madam Chair, I would, if the committee would like to hear, I would at some point be given the opportunity to respond to Delegate James, his question that he had at the previous meeting, and I don't know if that would come up this time. Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's anything that Stephen Ed City would like to add to this in regards to the comments made by Delegate Eugene So, I would ask that he be permitted to chime in on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Chief Justice. If you want to go ahead and proceed forward to answer the question that was posed by Honorable Vince James the last time around, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Vince James, for a question that you presented to the Judicial Branch. And essentially, because we were talking about the issue of probate at that time, which we are now, there was your question in regards to how it is there that the Law and Order Committee could assist with issues with the probate, and specifically it was on grazing permits. And so having just talked about the complex and the highly sensitive issues that are related in probate, that are related to grazing permits, and also that are related to land use permits, because almost always the three of them come up as issues. And so I wanted to bring that up just really quickly for the committee, and then also for those that are listening on with this call, is that probate, there are rules of Navajo Nation, there are rules of probate proceedings, and in the rules of proceedings, there is a 5-year statute of limitations, meaning that if there is an issue or a complaint that is going to be filed, then there would be a petition that would have to be filed within the 5-year statute of limitation, and or if there's a petition, so that has to take place. And so this is procedural. So I thought I'd bring this up just for a background of the processes. And then and that's actually in the Navajo Nation Code at 7 Navajo Nation Code 602 David D. So that's where that is found. Now, if there is a 5-year lapse of time and someone has not filed a complaint or a challenge petition or whatever it is, then because of the statute of limitations that allows you those 5 years, that is cut off. So, however, our predecessors in history, our Natanis, have taken a look at that. They took a look at that and said, okay, so now, we are on the fundamental law, and as us as a tradition, we don't just cut that off at 5 years. So there was then a process. It's called an equitable process, which is what's called a fairness process, and it's called a quiet title action. And so those are generally the processes that come in. And then I wanted to go into just some of the really highly sensitive and complex issues that have come out in previous Supreme Court cases, because they're so complex, and I will eventually get to an answer to this, is that the use of all of these three areas together, courts are looking at, what is the beneficial use of this land? What are the animal units in this grazing permit? Is land going to be fragmented? Is land, next to each other? Is it fragmented, meaning there's land over here? And then who are the heirs? Who will the heirs be? Who will be the one that would take, whether it's a land use permit, whether it is a grazing permit, and so on. And so, or in this case, home site leases can be attached to all of this also. So it's a really complex issue. And so I wanted to bring that out just as a very important background in this whole process of why is it very time consuming? Why is it difficult? Why is it complex? It's because we live as families, and certainly even when there are families, there are opinions about, who would take under all of this. And that type of a process is what we're looking at. And these are established in law, both statute, and it's also established by case law, meaning the Navajo Nation Supreme Court previously has made these decisions. As far back as at least the one in regards to beneficial use and so on, land fragmentation, back to 1987. And then there are cases even before that. And so that's what I wanted to address Delegate James's a question about grazing permits, and it was specifically to that. Now, in regards to any recommendation, I would delegate those remarks to Stephen Etzidi, who's the director of the courts, meaning that there's an administrative of courts office that the judicial branch has, and that particular arm of the judicial branch provides development and then also provides support. And so part of those support would come in the format of recommendations. And so that is what brought the judicial branch to where we are at in regards to, and we really appreciate the fact that Law and Order Committee has reached out as our oversight committee to say how and where can we assist. And hence we have our report that we submitted. And I would turn this over to Mr. Etzidi in regards to if he wants to add to this. Thank you, Madam Chair, and then also Delegate James.
Thank you for that, Chief Justice. Mr. Etzidi, is there anything that you would like to add to what the Chief Justice has stated on the record?
Can you hear me okay? This is Steve.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Again, Stephen Etzidi, Administrative Director of the Courts in Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. The only thing I would add is that as we had discussed last year, in particular, looking at the issues in the eastern area, and some of the ways that we would look at barriers that are in place for the peacemaking program to become once again having the ability to help decide these cases. We raise the concern that there may be a lot more work that we need to undertake when it comes to raising the profile or acknowledging and putting our own traditional law as it's been codified, and as there are many more aspects of ani that have not been codified, but putting all of that at the same equivalent as Western law. And this is just one example of where that balance or that question of what's appropriate and what's equal in terms of how to manage our affairs. We raised that last year, and I know that we were wanting to get back to that discussion. It is, as Chief Justice mentioned, it is sensitive and it is complex. One of the reasons why the peacemaking program is not participating in probate cases as much is the requirement to have a peacemaking agreement signed off by a judge, which essentially just adds more time to the whole case. And then if the peacemaking program were to have the ability to resolve these issues, I believe that that's what some of the hope and the desire, we would get back to that point. But of course, it involves, as I stated earlier in the introduction, coordinating policies and regulations within the Navajo Nation and also with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. As far as the nation is concerned, I know that we have made some very big strides over the last 2 decades in getting more authority to make these decisions on land and leases. And when it comes to this aspect of it, I think that we just need to continue in that vein and continue to find ways so that our decision making is recognized both from in the legal realm, both from the Western side and traditional fundamental law. I'm not sure if our peacemaking program coordinator, Miss Elaine Henderson, is on. I know that she has started and she has been working with Division of Natural Resources, grazing officials, and is starting to attend more and more meetings and becoming more familiar with all of these processes. But that is what I wanted to add to this, is that this one particular area is just one of probably several where it will come back to the question of how do we get our own fundamental law to become more prominent and to be relied upon in actual cases. So, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rhapsody. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Just I guess expanding on what Honorable Jean So was speaking about pertaining to permits and the home site leases pertaining to the NEDA, and I think a collaborative effort needs to be discussed, needs to be talked about with the Judicial Branch and the Department of Justice and Legislative Council, and keeping the grazing committee members involved in the loop. One recommendation that I think is that, when the permit, that permit just sits there in idle, and there's nobody to speak upon that permit, whether it's at the BIA level being the names are being changed, or the home site lease. And they have to have someone to speak on behalf of the home site lease or the grazing permits, because the animal health and the animal tally count and so forth, they need to continue to happen. It needs to be done. And the animal health is very, very important. And also the home site lease. Usually NTUA or the utility company does not want to speak to the individual's name that's not on the lease, and the utility company usually shuts them out. But at that case, at that time, until the home site lease and the grazing permits is probated, and that could take up to 5 years. But what I'm getting to, I think that would have a collaborative effort with Resources and Development Committee, and if we could move forward to try to find scenarios where, in one case, for instance, I like the way O'Neill handles their permits out in the Newlands area. The family members, they choose one person to speak on behalf of the permit until the probate is completed. That allows animal health to be rendered. That allows tally counts to be rendered. That and I just seen that on the grazing permit. But that would be something that would be very instrumental for the courts, because if we apply this to the home site lease, they come together and they say, okay, this person will speak on behalf of the home site lease. Probate that subject, and that allows utility payments to be paid. That allows O&M to happen around the house of that structure. Those are just some of my recommendations that I see, and I think that the courts really need to look at how to ease up some of these things, because right now the way the system is, it just goes into probate and it just ties it up. You look at the amount of probate that is backlogged in each judicial district. People's they can't do anything. And whether it's a roof replacement on a home, and I think that to have a lot of the judicial branch and to have future discussions on possibility of trying to find ways to mitigate a lot of these disputes that are happening, because these disputes are very, very, very you have like the utility companies dictating to those families who can pay on the electric payments and so forth, or to get a rundown on their electric payment, where they're at, or if their electric is shut off due to non-payment. I think, to find to see if the judicial branch can make recommendations with the Department of Justice, because all of these things are vetted by the Department of Justice, so that these laws are changed. So just like the home site lease policy, that was vetted through the Department of Justice. They made their reviews. They made their they deemed that legislation legally sufficient. And as the legislation came out of the Legislative Council, that legislation was deemed legally sufficient. The next there is a process to this. So maybe to allow the judicial branch to be proactive in some of these future policy change because it's needed out there. And every day, and you shouldn't be, casting someone away over land, over structure. Because looking at this system and the fundamental laws that are in place right now, how does the judicial branch, make its recommendation, or do they just go back and rely on the Western philosophy? Because the way I see it is that, every decision in the court should be based off of fundamental law. Whether it's a child case, whether it's a land issue, whether it's a criminal issue, and so forth. Talk about we're a sovereign nation. Today, the Navajo Nation code and the criminal code and so forth is pretty much geared to the Western philosophy. You listen to a couple of I listened to a couple of attorneys on arguing their cases in the court. I do call in, and it really baffles me. You see the way attorneys fundamental laws and they give alcohol and for instance, like possession. I don't like not say it. It neck on so cause or children so you know and could you start and lean to then careful, just careful not so Koska. Chief Justice alluded to earlier, the errors. The errors, about the neck on so cause I don't know or children. Janshi the net or children Arjun limbs a bus chinny yapata ching Arj or children Arjun but could you imagine hold that clan line not oh what on such kids maybe I'm wrong. A lot of these things there at the court system, we really need to adhere to a lot of these policies because fundamental law, Title I, is law of the land. What's up? And city kids. Never the bad on you, but some late. No, Boba. Anyway, actually, was just you could be kingish. Yeah, I couldn't finish. That is what we should be, the Navajo Nation Court should be protecting, the lineage line. Once then, I couldn't take a thought in so kind of zero. Oh, what I'm about this case, so how if cost head under all case. My son then also chair about other than that they buy a skill. Or triple chip, but it's better it to me and then. For things that the art in the area or children and then the other baby, it's a needle. And I really hope that our judicial branches is looking at that, whether it's in the peacemaking or whether it's in the courts. Oh,
Yeah, Vice Chair, thank you for that. Chief Justice, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. There were some concerns and questions that were posed by Vice Chair Otto So I'll give you the floor at this time to answer those questions and to address the concerns. Chief Justice?
Agushi, thank you very much. I am assuming that you can hear me. I always double check to be sure that I'm being heard.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Otto, Delegate Otoso, thank you very much for your comments and your questions. I wanted to bring out to the question and the comment in regards to the use of Title I and fundamental law. I wanted to bring that out. Earlier I talked about there's different factors for like beneficial use. That the courts, and this is done by the Navajo Nation Supreme Court again, and I'm just using that one case in 1987. But back then, what the process is that the interpretation comes when there's something statutory. And so with some of these cases, what the Supreme Court has done, and certainly we do that when a case comes up from a district court. And so in 87, it's one of the, I would consider one of the cases that was decided on fundamental law. And basically is like beneficial use, like who, the court at that time looked at who's making use of this. It could be the family, it could be the children, and so on. So they followed fundamental law and our tradition. Auto animal units, how many, there is the government. I mean, not Navajo Nation government, but there's like limitations on how many animals that you could have and so forth. And so essentially, animal units, the bella, how many is there? How many is of our sheep? And so they utilize that. And then also they looked at the land use, the fragmentation, we have lands. We have lands that are separated, by family or by, customary land uses from Skedan, like we moved here and we consider this ours. And we consider this because we're utilizing it. So you'll see that all over, and we will see that all over. But getting back to fundamental law is used in the Supreme Court cases. Although who is the logical heir? Well, who gets this? And when someone takes a look at the Navajo rules of probate procedure, in that it does have a distribution. And the distribution, from what I have learned, and then also what is in these rules, is that they followed. How is it that as Navajo families we consider who is an heir, who should get the homestead lease or the land permit or the grazing permit. So there is a list, and surely this may be a combination. We would have to look at the intent of this particular rule, but it appears that it's a combination of Western law and then also fundamental law. And then I just wanted to point out that also in the Navajo Nation rules of probate procedure is that it actually talks about, it goes all the way down, like from your spouse, your grandchildren to great-grandchildren, mother, father, brothers, sisters, and it goes into nephews and nieces, and then aunts and uncles, although first cousins and their children, then although the wife's parents, the wife's brothers and sisters, and it's really, how we as the Net people recognize who our relatives are. And so I wanted to bring that out. And then there's also a provision in the probate rules that says if there is shown to be a Navajo custom in regards to the distribution of property, it will descend based on that custom. Even if there is a conflict with any other provision of that Rule 6. And so I'm bringing that up because it's written, it is a rule of probate procedure that exists at this time. So the process is that if there's a case that comes before a district court, then there are rules and case law, et cetera, that apply to that process. And so as a Supreme Court, we don't see that part of it. We don't see that unless there is some type of disagreement with the district court. I wanted to bring that out because fundamental law is available to the district courts to utilize in their decision making at that level. Also wanted to bring out that I didn't bring it out earlier, but like use it or lose it. That is a traditional Navajo land tenure concept and custom. Like if you're not using it, and I see that sometimes it may just sit there, and it may be because, and I don't know, I can't speculate, so I won't speculate, but there could be that situation where it may just be idle. And then also part of traditional Navajo land tenure, meaning that fundamental law, this tenure meaning having this, how long can you have it? How have you used it when you've had it? How were you using it as a child, or how was your mom or dad or Kichedo, Shimasane? I mean, all of that goes into play. And so part of that Navajo traditional custom has come in and has come into the Supreme Court cases. So it's like asking the people that would take, whoever those would be, whoever the court that will decide that, or whoever the family will decide that. Well, like using that land wisely, meaning that let's use it for, let's take care of it. Let's have the sheep be on there, or whatever that land is. And there are going to be structures on those lands. And so I wanted to bring that up, Delegate Otoso, thank you for that. And certainly the use of fundamental law is absolutely fundamental. Fundamental. It's actually a root of who we are. And so that is available. Fundamental law is available. It is, a lot of that has been developed in our code. So I wanted to bring that up. And let me see. We're again grateful to the Law and Order Committee in regard to having discussions. It would be the discussions, there was recommendation to find ways to mitigate processes. And I believe, if I heard it correctly, Delegate Otoso, is that, how do we mitigate that there is a case that may be just sitting there? And it may be that, and you use the example in the new lands. And so the process to have more discussion certainly is welcomed. And that discussion would allow the justice system, which includes the courts, probation and parole, peacemaking, Division of Public Safety, the Department of Justice. I think it's that overall, everyone looking at that in their respective ways to do that. And this Bayetke, and we have started that with when we have gone before the Law and Order Committee and also with the Budget and Finance Committee in regards to, how are we going to improve services, to our people that have to utilize the justice system. And so we have started that process also. I know it's a long answer that I've given you. So that's where I will end right now. Madam Chair and Delegate Otoso, if Stephen Etsity would like to add to that, I believe that if he looks at the processes and the administration time, and there may be something that I might have left out. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee and Delegate Otoso.
Thank you for that, Chief Justice. I don't know if you can hear me. We have to move around the phone and the microphone a little bit to accommodate the sound that was coming out. So I'd like to ask Vice Chair Otto, so did that answer your question? Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Justice, for your response and on behalf of the court. And just whether you're a probationary status judge or a permanent status judge, you vowed to protect the law. And through this, you indicated that you give that to the discretion of the court at the district level. That's the way I take your answer, Madam Chief Justice. It's up to them. But you're the Chief Justice. You're the one that's supposed to say, hey, Title I, bah, Chief Justice. Because the way I see your answer is that you're allowing them to pick and choose. It shouldn't be the case. If the court says we are a sovereign nation and we can make these decisions, you're failing the Navajo people by not recommending and allowing Title I to be a part of every decision on the nation, whether it is geared to Chinipabeh's Ani. I really commend you since I named this. I think the one. What's called Lenny the kid now? Think Tado, in it, she was up, you see, I know. But could have Aga, Queen of Tani. See, they call directors of that, Yayan, the condition of appropriation. Yeah, what's up? Whether it's working with the police department whether it's working with other agencies. But basically, all I'm saying is fundamental law should be the law of the land, not a choice by the court. And again, for instance, in lead through your director, nothing else. How can you restore harmony back at the local level without having disharmony? And even down to domestic violence. And I do agree that there's certain things that should just go directly to the federal court. But
Honorable Eugene Stowe, also is in the lineup. Honorable Eugene Stowe, the floor is yours.
Koro, assistant Tahoe. Mohammed, long at the near. Is came at Peter not a lady, I saw not so not to us kind of with a make as of now. Quiz can I see a hard credo, the Geneva down. There's on Navajo Nation government now on the so we're a sovereign nation at the I think the 1808 treaty is the last stand of our sovereignty. If we don't pursue that 1868 treaty by layman the term, understanding it. The Title I is the key because at the time when we were making a government, we have on at the now the government at that time most of the laws came from ARS Arizona Revised Statute, New Mexico, Utah, etc., and now Colorado, I believe. Not the KRG. It actually violates and in conflict with the Treaty of 1868. These are ARS laws, which they don't really coincide with the way we live on the Navajo Nation. Now, since then, 2022, we can see it when Diego. In regards to these leases and permits, I think that is against our treaty. I believe that not a Navajo Nation government or the federal government. I didn't know how it's held in trust for the Navajo people, not the Navajo Nation government. As is now, in regards to the plan of operation of the District Grazing Committee, Home Board, Eastern Land Board, and the Land Department, and now going into most of the division departments, Fish and Wildlife, and Water, Animal Control, etc. All these divisions or taking ownership of the people's land. But we see it called in black and white Western law. In Philippines, has army is out there. He actually took by anything. He should say the case that the Western law is overtaken Navajo Nation. Title I. A few years back, Judicial Chapter approved a legislation to abolish Title I. So Judicial Chapter put INDJ, and it has not gone forward yet. But it needs to be revisited. But oh gosh, I believe not mention nobody's names when I was at Twin Arrows. Some of the young, I don't know, lawyers or advocates or paralegals are requesting me, talking to me, saying that it's in Title I because it's in their way of progress. I don't know how you feel in that regard, Patty. I don't know. There are some case laws that would become laws, I reckon, a layman's term. I see one that I told you about, the Mary Jo Ellis, that was only used half of a paragraph. And then the Gorman versus Davis, that was a Title I used in law. And Hunter versus Nash, Title I used in law. Aboriginal rights. So there are laws already. Sometimes the council don't really look at those case laws to make laws. There's only how that is now. So that's all alongside or against it. There's only nothing. So that needs to be highlighted. What kind of case law we have out there to make revise some of the codes. That's very critical. But so if we have Aboriginal rights, this Nash versus Hunter went over to hearings and appealed Indians, hearings and appeals in Washington. I don't know how many judges said that we have Aboriginal rights. But I don't really want to go with the Department of Ag and the U.S. National Resource with all the department's bylaws. Because good example, 2 years back, out of Navajo that of forestry countries, out of big as forestry India, and then the fish and wildlife, and then parks and recreation. They're taking over the land, the land or your and also economic development. So somewhere we have to put the brakes on it because these people, they still feel that it's their land. Put on that case. Really, a bad example is that, like I said, the leases, it really violates the people's rights because lease, it only belongs to one person. That's it. So actually, what we're doing is we're going to give only the grazing rights to those people with their name on the permit. We're deleting all other Navajo with the census numbers off their own land. But that's what we're doing. If you really look at it, research it. But we have and they took it all away by just lease and permits. So go with data. In regards to the quiet title, I believe some lawyers are saying after 5 years it's a quiet title. I don't know if it is within the code, but it should not be used on the Navajo Nation. Also, quiet title after 5 years, they are facing out of the gun now. So Anybody can apply for it. Even me, get a permit down maybe in Shipla or Tuba City. And if that happens, there's going to be a dispute because I'm not from there. They don't know me. That really needs to be researched and highlighted and see how we can revise and revisit that. If it is on the and also the lawyers, they use that title and then they prolong the probate cases. Probate cases. I don't know 1 year not just a crap or other than Scott, other is I don't pay for no. So really, we really need those process. Because the Navajo Nation education to educate them on our big yada. It costs a lot of money for other lawyers to do this. And those probate should be that I before set. Next, I should go from permit not new. When somebody's going to transfer a permit to one of her siblings, I mean to her kids or his kids, it needs to go to the woman. That's the law. Son go to not for ya take up your on law, son up your on But I hope that if you give it to the man and he's going to come bring a lady in, that's no longer to your auntie land. It belongs to that other clan now. But quack in nationality, because that lady, it's not and then as they grow older, the kids is going to start fighting the other kids. So usually you go to the lady's house as a man, and you don't own anything as a man. You don't own nothing as a Navajo male. Because the woman carries the clan, it carries the tribe's name. No matter how you're going to integrate within, as long as there's a woman, that clan goes, and also the tribe name goes into the seventh generation and on forward. That's our law. So that law has to be put into the peacemaking court to give the permit to the lady, not a male, the son of those people. They bring somebody in. So you need to really do a lot of research in regards to these land issues, because the land belongs to the people, not permit as the way it is read, Western law. So if we're going to use a peacemaking court, we have to start going that route. They are to be what we now and we need and the cause of it's the best in a good shape, behind street or in this in regards to this probate it can be fixed if it's land issue. You start educating them with that process that you've all been doing it once a month. And also maybe alternative government, court system. Maybe get another judge that can only hear land and natural resource issues. I think that, we are. As common data. So those are some of the vision that I see. So in order to get this land back in order, it's going to be done within about maybe 100 years, because the Lord just has to cost the money got out of that place. They should get your next get the best in the Ahalana, that's in that's in the darkness. As hard as and then other big days of the whole season. Those days are gone sometimes. Maybe 85 to 90% of it is gone. Only a few and permit you what it is it's a bit for the art next asset shilp at all needle it's not seen. There was a case here one time in Chile, not naming names, regards to a land issue. And when we all got there and to check out, to hear it, the older people, they met each other. Gosh, it's called that. You know, it's called that. So, how long I shouldn't eat out. You know, better. I did that. It was Yes, every time you come, you say yes, any person. So, yes, I mean, if I get a song, no, yes, that's for that. I think it's a song. But on you don't let enough, there's a younger generation. Are they in where's the darkness? That kind of hurt the older people emotionally and physically, I believe, and spiritually. Where is the darkness on me? So that's where we stand now. So even now, but something has to be done if we can go along with our old court system, peacemaking, or everything, or RG, or if you look at the NATO, the say it seems that no more. Even in peacemakings like that, and that's how the time. You have to be written on paper, and then you have to go to the judge and go sign it. By that time, it comes to Western law. Peacemaking, JB law is arranged, and then it goes into on paper, black and white, then it's Western law. It's so in regard to the peacemaking. It is your version that is called the army. Another and we shouldn't go using commercial and leases and all these other departments taking land away from the people. I think it needs to really stop, go back to Title I and try to use it. It is, thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Eugene, so we do have Delegate Vince James who also wishes to ask some questions. Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours. Honorable Vince James, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, Dona Nationale, Vice Chair, Honorable Doshia, Honorable Eugene, so, I don't know if he's on the line, Honorable Edmund Yazi. So, here, some I don't know how to know, or if you can make it not eggy. Kodo, I'll say he had the dish nissako. Not the kitten, Lenny Gibbon, hitching has the day ago. The quiz conduct sheets on the ashon plateau, not art basic and not the Lenko. A hair, a call, Shesido, Nihinan, the Shadak Edo, they has on in Lenin, the Hahabilia, the lane. Only then has twin his army. They has only the Yidla, Ado Decodat, Ado Aje. It has Anje about the Ahi Hashke. Has Anje, Alto an he Aje, has only had of the lead or Hashit Ashi. But all base was the Anelini Betato and Dant Eho Ehot Abe has only it has Linko. What are such a daughter but Kaigi Abigaho, a Hinan Shidach in Leco. The Hikodo Bishbans underneath Glenigishi a row, Latodi, the hot outdoor Nick Londo, Asa Nego Goshajo a quite in Castle Lauco, do Lato il Netaco, Bishbans underneath Glenigiko. Oko Yego a Adola, na Islanigi Echo. Be got echo, Oban says the case of Halit in has twin Hazani, Dodge at the later land a Don Hazals at that later Chokot Ardaban, so not the case like echo. Obake Hati, I thought the in Lenich and not the Hunty Dada, at all he let out Chokotat echo. What has go got that sweet the nebus has the saho torchins and circle. Or have you a in do that hit edo in bigger had a that hit that no a what has uncle. It's a case by case scenario situation for each family. Or it's a case by case. Nana on lady I could adon and Lenny be day what I day he did name the so Saho has out a Sahot on has uncle. Saho that a ado Sani or chief or lehiki a ado a yadka by chain that chocolate a hoda by yada tilako. Edo da shidota no da Sani Leniki Sheha India. She at Askedan Lena Floshi the benefit. A course stage had all car had the york or hashing her one adult missing the doshi dead the doshi then stain the jota no da co. It's a case by case a court aquado be hati zisto be adol edi nisi machine sato ya shond and on the in sata a con the sheet asato kodobe has on hatit ed of a car gigi sheet abigaho a Hinanish Lini das end leco, Shahan, Hidini, or Lico, Benina, Cordona, Ades Kidiki. My question was in pertaining to certain families that have approached and have brought up their issues and concern of the process, of the lengthy process that is taken regarding the probate process, no matter what it is, if it's the grazing permit, if it's the farm permit, if it's the home site lease, or if it's the estate of the individual. Those were some of the things that were being brought up to my attention, and that's the reason why I asked those questions. But kodona ade kidiki dona ade kidiki bahasti do lesako do shaha njono de ya e hitna hasosne do adola and hit ishan innocent leako kot out ya e shaha hidini do les out e hasti do les chanale Madam Chair, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, be that if we can move forward to the next item. Benina additionally gate or every agenda and halod Ecuador, Chief Justice Leniki Nikil Nahal I don't lay that council session that it lay hota added that a report in his and that ihako. Ado the base by Hannah, I don't know husband or base the chief, any kita, hot on his father husband, not the kitten, Lenita, not a hot launchy, the Panahi dot, Ash did a yapin yaha, not dot, also and not dot, Asi dona nato, Kasi and co, the same not a deal kito, as you go hot on his the net, his son at the Hala or other by Yanani or Lehako. Put out a bana is condo left. Could a national. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanella. Honorable Vince James. So at this time, the recommendation is to have the Chief Justice provide answers to the questions that have been posed by the committee members, and then to proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. But I would like to request Chief Justice at this time in writing, if the Law and Order Committee could please get data on your court cases, breaking down each year the cases filed and the cases that have been adjudicated. I know at one time that information was provided to the committee. We do need updated information, and so that we can see the cases that are backlogged at this point. In that information, you also shared at one time your oldest case that has yet to be heard. We can get some information on your data regarding this information. In addition to that, Chief Justice, I was going to ask you in terms of your issue regarding the judges and the salary increases, as well as the funding portion. Chief Justice, you are a part of the Three Chiefs Agreement. And as Delegate Otto So continues to say, this is not recognized in the law. However, you, President Nez, and Speaker Damon do meet before the budget is presented to council. And at that time, you come to an agreement on your funding sources. My understanding is right now you need an additional $3,502,338. This is within the issues presented in your 12-page report to Law and Order Committee. What I will need as chairwoman for Law and Order Committee as well as the committee is I need to know if that $3 million additional funds that you're requesting includes the insurance premium. I also need to know, based on your 2022 budget, I believe that the Law and Order Committee, the Judicial Branch received $16,488,513 as a whole from general funds. What I would like to see is with that $16 million, I'm not sure if that is the total amount. I'm looking at the fiscal year 2022 budget, the division summary by fund type. I know that following this summary, you do have the breakdown of your administrative offices: Chinle Judicial Court, Crown Point, Render Rock, Shiprock, Tuba City, Rama, the Supreme Court, Peacemaking, Cantata, Delcon, Annis, Coadulation, Pueblo, Pintado, your probation services, and also your Judicial Conduct Commission. Chief Justice, if you could give us a budget ahead of time before budget session, showing the funds that your court did receive from the payout from BIA, with the case being settled with BIA, as well as the additional $3 million that you're requesting at this time to help us with the judicial salary. So if I could get that in writing, Chief Justice, again, very quickly, number one is I need the data on your court cases. I'd like it broken down by years with the cases filed and the cases that have been adjudicated. Number two is the additional $3,502,338 that the court is requesting, whether that includes the insurance premiums included or whether those are just the increases in salary. I'm thinking in terms of your vacant positions as well. And then number three is I'd like in writing, if you could share with us the average time frame for probate cases before COVID and after COVID. If we can get that information so that we can see the backlog of cases that you're talking about in terms of what is needed by your branch, and then also the funding that you'll be requesting for ARPA as well. I think that will help us. The last thing that I would like to ask Chief Justice, again, if we can get this in writing addressed to the Law and Order Committee, is your concept of the traditional law concept that you talked about, use it or lose it. If we can get some information on what this traditional law concept is and where you pull this out of fundamental law, and then also how you think that will assist your courts with addressing probate cases and grazing rights. So if we can get all of that information, Lorraine, can you go ahead and draft a memo on that to the Supreme Court so that we can get that information, and it will be beneficial for us at budget session and then also as we start to discuss the ARPA funds. I think we're going to be discussing it as early as this Friday at tomorrow. Okay, so if we can get that information, Chief Justice, I think that will help us in terms of getting you extra funding from ARPA as well. So what I'm going to do, Chief Justice, is I'm going to turn the floor back over to you. The request that I made on behalf of the Law and Order Committee, that can be done in writing. You don't have to address it verbally at this time, but there were questions and concerns posed by Vice Chair Otto So, Delegate Eugene So, and Delegate Vince James. Chief Justice, you can call upon your agents at this time to help assist you with answering those questions. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the directive, and we will get that in writing to the Law and Order Committee. So back to the questions from Delegate Otto So, and then also comments from Delegate Eugene So, and then also comments from Delegate Vince James. And so what I want to do in regards to the response from Otoso in regards to the judges taking the oath of office and a comment about the discretion for the courts, and that was in regards to implementing, at least specifically in this question, it was Title I. And so based on my role as also as a justice looking at cases, I'm going to refer this to Stephen at City. Thank you.
Mr. Stephen at City, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair,
Mr. at City, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair,
Delegate Edmund Yazzie, is that you?
yes, Madam Chair, just to let you know, I've been on the phone since 12 noon. I'm here, okay?
Thank you for announcing yourself. Let the record reflect that Delegate Edmund Yazzie is on the line. Thank you. Mr. Stephen at City, the floor is yours.
Yate, can you hear me? Just checking my *6.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The aspect of fundamental law within the judicial branch is prominent in our current strategic plan, and it's also prominent in the work that we're doing to update the strategic plan. And as far as the understanding across the branch of the role that fundamental law has in judicial branch, there are multiple platforms where it's fairly prominent. As far as the discussions in terms of how this is communicated to the judiciary, we have quarterly judicial conferences where the judges and the justices meet, and these matters are, this is the forum where those matters can come up for their consideration and for their ongoing discussions as to priorities for the branch and how we move forward. The understanding is in place, and I don't know if I can highlight any other aspects of this, but that's from my perspective as from the administrative side. I do know that these concepts are contained in our policy documents, such as our employee policy and procedures documents. It's also embedded in, I believe, the judges' personnel policy documents. So I think even in some of the work that we did most recently, which is now a part of the NEH action plan, there are language that was in part of that speaks to prominence of fundamental law. So be the extent of my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rhapsody. So with that, Chief Justice, does that conclude your answering questions that have been posed to you by the Law and Order Committee?
Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you, Stephen at City for that. Madam Chair, there were two other comments that were presented, and that was Delegate Eugene So. And I would also send that to Stephen at City in regards to Delegate Vince James. Vince James, he had thanked us for answering the previous questions from a previous meeting, and he acknowledged that individuals, alternate people, are in need of help, and that and he also thanked us for law that is being utilized. And that's what I would like to leave that with, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief Justice. So with that, committee members, I believe that the Chief Justice has concluded her presentation regarding the directives that the Law and Order Committee requested of the Judicial Branch. In addition to that, there has been other requests that have been made to the Judicial Branch with the report being provided to us in writing. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? We do have Vice Chair Otto So, and after that, Delegate Eugene So. Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Madam Chief Justice, really makes me think that misunderstanding and specifically Benan him understanding every day you render decisions that impact their lives, and it's really hard for me to say or to hear from you that it's to the district's discretion to apply that law, that portion of the law. Lady, anotato, the ganda has ade yella yenda kinet so osha sneak echo ko ajo so ho na hadlen alay ne celeste da sinta. You're the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. I would hear it. I would probably hear this from a local judge, a district judge, but not from a Chief Justice. And it really makes me think that either that you don't have the information on hand, or you don't, so never Washington, Pago, Celeste, the note, I see, Celeste, Sinta. In the understanding, so it's a net in this kid every day, especially delegates, lead in Nadahi Kaho. For instance, got back into my district and we're waiting for a court decision. We're waiting for these decisions to happen in Maybe we can set up a public forum for you to have the Navajo people ask you indirectly We know that the court should be impartial. But it sounds like these items are not moving, whether it's in the district court level or at the Supreme Court level. I think somewhere we need to have another dialogue on this, on how we could try to get the judicial branch to really administer the Title I, enforce it. Maybe we can utilize condition of appropriation to this year's budget to the Office of Court Administration. With division directors, we were able to sanction their salaries by 10%. Maybe we can sanction the Chief Justice's salary at 10% until you implement that. The other is on item 5 on the report that you gave. You talked about the e-signature, the policy attendant. So within this, how is your program working with the oversight committee, and that's Budget and Finance Committee, to get policies in place relating to e-signatures? Because it's going to tie to the financial aspect, and then this oversight, law and order. And then number 4, relating to Pueblo Pintado, the circuit court. We know that we had a discussion with Honorable Daniel So on the Pueblo Pintado circuit court. Alcohol, court, Obi, Raymond Smith, Obi, I don't think no one is utilizing that facility there. How many decisions have been made within this quarter? And what is the court district's long-range plan for this facility at Pueblo Pintado Circuit Court? Because Honorable Daniel So was talking about, why don't we move that facility to Ojo Encino? Alcohol, then the other is the probate cases. So I'm running out of excuses to the general public. Maybe if you guys can open up a line that could address these individuals and provide answers to them. In Tuba City, I had this individual call me. It was relating to a custody case. Oh, nothing. I had another person too who was on the line trying to who was in the waiting room on the call. And they didn't let him in, and he was there, and they deemed that he wasn't there. So somebody who was working the phone system for the judicial branch didn't let that person in. Oh, not that the verdict or the decision is nasty. Alcohol. I asked for a written complaint. And I think those of you that are listening on the web here, so I think we really need to start working with complaints. hoping that the administration would take care of this at the judicial branch. But it sounds like, they can come back tomorrow. The net is later and on car. Later on that in that so none is the hollow. I go even now, I don't the updated progress on number 2 on the services that is being rendered. How is the judicial branch trying to improve the services? And that relates to a lot of the even without I don't. The other thought too is maybe this is just a thought from you. Because once they become a permanent judge, maybe that's something that we need to tweak, because we're thinking that in this current concept that the individuals that are supposed to be spearheading the judicial branch will get things in order. And maybe we can change that to make the Chief Justice and the judges across the Navajo Nation in an elected position without any retirement plan. The retirement plan was an incentive to get the judge to try to better the court, whether it's at their district or it's at the administration level or it's at in Winter Rock. We try to keep the judicial branch impartial, but the people and I always use this term on the council floor. Someone is asleep at the wheel. And conditional appropriation the betterment of the improvement of the judicial branch is something that is we want. And if we don't have these recommendations, we can't introduce legislation. Alcohol, has only bad. Anajni, so hard that is. Alcohol, this is kid. So, I probably won't get all the full answer on this. You can write it. You can write it. Get the report and write it for me. What's that? Basically, I'm disappointed. And what's that? And I think somewhere we need to have some sort of change inside the judicial branch, because a lot of the other and remember, the money that we fund you in the appropriations in the comprehensive budget is the people's money. The never peso ARG began hitching is a lot. And here go out, what's that? Although the executive branch is the same way. So D, this is the direct services, what you provide. But those are just some of my thoughts, my concerns, and with that share.
Vice Chair Otto, so with that, Chief Justice, I believe the request has been to provide your answers to Vice Chair Otto, so in writing. So if we can get that, we'll decide on the time frame before the end of this meeting. We have Delegate Eugene So who wishes to speak, but I also want to inform the committee members at this time that the food is ready. We do have the Navajo Women's Society. It was announced this morning that they are here assisting Navajo with food, so it is ready to go. The way that we normally handle things at council is the prayer for the day is set, and that was set this morning by my brother here, Albert Johnson. And so that carries us through the day. And so if you want to, we just normally eat and conduct business at the same time. We work and eat. They always say us delegates are treated really nicely. Only when we come to these places are we treated nicely. Otherwise, we're driving with a hot dog in one hand and our other hand on the steering wheel. So if you guys want to go ahead and serve the people, we're okay with that. But we're going to go ahead and continue with the agenda. So with that, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
One more time, as I request, I need a sit-down conversation and put something down in black and white to forward to the 24th Navajo Nation Council for revision of these Navajo Nation code titles for more effectively benefit us as a Navajo Nation. I really want to see the vision within the Navajo Nation positive in harmony. Again, these concerns are becoming issues as we go forward. We need rules to compute them. That's my request, and I would like to have a sit down, get together and talk about this. I would like to have that as maybe a directive, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So the request has been provided to you, Chief Justice. If we could possibly schedule a meeting with Honorable Eugene, so the concerns that he's provided here and also the recommendations. Chief Justice, I know that you are busy as well as your judges, but if we can possibly set some time aside for a meeting. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything. I believe the request, Chief Justice, is number one, the request that I made, if we can get that in writing. Number two, the concerns and the questions posed by Vice Chair Otto, so if that could be put in writing as well. And then number three, the request to have a sit-down meeting with Honorable Eugene so that he could talk about his concerns and then also the recommendations that he has at addressing the code and what needs to be changed. So we can go ahead and we can proceed forward at this time. Before I call for a vote, Chief Justice, is there anything that you would like to say at this time?
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity that the Judicial Branch had to present the recommendations, because we did provide recommendations for discussion, for changes, and so forth. And so we're grateful for the Law and Order Committee to have us in this meeting. And I do have a question in regards to, so when we provide all of these information and the answers and so forth to the Law and Order Committee. How are those disseminated to the public? So that they can, and those individuals that are on this line, how would they know what the response is? Do they get a copy of the report also, or are they, I don't know the process for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I think that is an excellent question. In terms of transparency, how do we, I guess my question is, are we allowed to share your report? And if so, I think that what we can do is we can include your report when it comes to the conditions of appropriation legislation. We can include that as part of the exhibit. That's one way that we can share it with the people. The other, I think the other option is you could also post it on your website, Chief Justice, if you feel comfortable sharing these recommendations and then with, you know, the issues and recommendations with the people, Chief Justice. How would you like to proceed?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. That would be a discussion that we would have, but thank you very much for that information in regards, and also to the recommendations. And absolutely in regards to transparency, I would like to have, on behalf of the Judicial Branch, the people on this call to see what the Judicial Branch responses would be. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief Justice. So with that, committee members, there are no other questions, no other comments at this time. So we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote. Lorraine, can you assist us with roll call vote, please? And this is to accept the report that has been provided to us here at this time concerning the verbal and the written reports for the conditions of appropriation. For the record, a motion was established by Honorable Otto So. A second was established by Honorable Vince James. This is the conclusion of the report given to us by the Judicial Branch. So with that, Lorraine, if you could assist us with the roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Sam votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Alto So, how do you vote? Honorable Alto So votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Madam Chair, with a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 not voting, which is the chair. Thank you.
Hello?
I didn't realize I was on mute, Lorraine, so I hope that the recording did complete. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, we are now on 5B, report from the Board of Directors for the Navajo Nation regarding the decriminalization of peyote. We currently have the President, Willie Tracy, here with us at the spiritual grounds, as well as Vice President Albert Johnson. Both are ready to present. A motion has been established by Honorable Otto. So can I get a second? Second by Honorable Eugene So. So with that, committee members, I'm going to go ahead and explain the procedure to both board members, since this is their first time presenting to the Law and Order Committee. Committee members, and also those who are present at this time, the Law and Orders Committee does abide by what we call committee rules. So these are rules that have been established by the 24th Navajo Nation Council, also guidance provided to us by the Office of Legislative Counsel. At this time, we do give presenters 15 minutes to present their information. If you need an additional 5 minutes, if there are no objections, we do give you the additional 5 minutes with a total of 20 minutes to present. Upon completion of your presentation, you just tell us that you're done presenting. Then at that point, it does get turned over to the committee members where we ask questions based on the report that you provided and based on the information that is being shared with us here today. We may ask for additional documents in the event that you do refer to them. Upon completion of the questions and answering, going back and forth, then we go forward and we take a vote. We also, during this time, will explain to you the procedures that are involved in making, in the recommendations that your board does give to the Law and Order Committee. I do ask everyone who is on the line to make sure that your phone is muted. If your phone is not muted, then we hang up on you. We have a zero tolerance rule when it comes to you not muting your phone. We don't like to hear conversations happening in the background. So we do have that zero tolerance rule that's set in place by the Law and Order Committee. We are conducting business on behalf of the Navajo Nation, on behalf of the Navajo people, and anytime anybody interrupts our meetings, it does require us to have to stop, which again is an interference in the committee. We do have Delegate Thomas Walker, who has just walked into the room here, so just a recognition that he is here with us as well. So with that, we also ask that your phone be turned off. It used to be at Law and Order Committee building, if your phone went off, you were charged a fee. And that fee was between, I think it was $5. And at the end of the year, Law and Order Committee would make a donation to the children so that they can buy toys. So make sure that your phone is off, or we'll be expecting you to pay $5 to the Law and Order Committee. And Ms. Lorraine Spencer keeps track of that money, and at the end of the year, we do turn that in. So I just want to remind everyone of that. Before we begin, President Tracy, Vice President Johnson, do you have any questions regarding the procedure? No questions? So with that, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you for 15 minutes to present your information. Mr. Tracy, Vice President Johnson, you both have to share that time. Thank you.
Members of the Law and Order Committee, Washington State, and members. Law and Order Committee members, ADNDN executive official, Vice President Otto, executives from offices, Young, and the Secretary, M. Harvey, with Otto, and the Treasurer, Victoria Whitty, accommodation, a calling in the law, Ado in the board of directors, the young company, Kapella, here. How Yachi Lake on the Kahaba for attention column by you last. So, if you thought that, Ado is the members in Jamaica, so able, I could know those things that they had. I couldn't see her, about his own cutting from Cardi. Today, you're going to ask you, my best is making the inch. Some of the things about this thing, now, as a touchy, a touchy, there's chili, a touchy number. I don't look at it in our shop. Because they are saying, we are spiritual, welcome to ABNBN Spiritual Site. There's Navajo, able card to question the president. He is an office building door into a general conference room. A condition for him after being part of Navajo vision. So it's 2 years after now the party in the legislation of the coalition for the Navajo vision of Navajo. Akoko because the mental money and she in the care of the party. Harbour are able to for the Zimbabwe. So having the she and the harbour she is having for the Zimbabwe of the Zimbabwe. I don't know what she are the big of the Zimbabwe. I don't know if she is the not for the unit and I don't keep the so a carbon of the or not the lot. A cohort, you can't say in the bus of an energy of the a cocoa has army of a young lady. The month again, there is the U.S. Constitution, freedom of religion in Kipon, in a public law. They have the army, how this ahead, up in the Diego Army, AA Public Law 103344. A common AAP, but the cutting treaty, federally recognized tribe, of Eagle, Horse Disorder, Auto use for example, Horse Disorder, and a bona fide ceremony to overcome a quite bona fide ceremony, legal, a example, yes, that makes who we are as indigenous federalized tribes. As the next Navajo, it's a name to God. I don't the census number. I don't get the young of the egg of the tackle. I don't keep the Navajo Nation government is given is now so is a nation. I couldn't define. It cannot only be distributed is the asset. I couldn't define Navajo Nation code. So it's after 100. I need you out of the enough partner, nothing about not looking about C, so about 394 and 395. 394 from the A and J. All parts of review that over here as they own. So you make it got some image. A cohort A come you create up that. A cohort they given the APOD of a car. Out on the 395, then the AE put every chicken in the area if they have army. Are within the this every special symbol, the German. So that was cannot have army, a quarter area if they have the kitchen condo, national is a papa. So within the Navajo Nation government 394 and 395, in the criminal code, Title 17. I couldn't young papa. Upon the 1996, yeah, 1966, yeah, we got a machine up in the year on a long thing in the state of New Mexico, Audio, a charter, a young the file is locked. For 50 years, February 16, 2016, we found the audit Hamas under the Economic Development Business Regulatory ACJ, we got incorporated. So we are a corporation of the Navajo, of the Nation Incorporated. We were registered with Business Regulatory. After has only 2016 and not part of audit accepting that initiative the file in the so we're in good standing. Across the shipping for Kaya, we try the whole stuff in the lead. Don't let it you can add the summer, many in a could a cocoa, music, hotel, Ramapani, the Navy, upon your fashion, speak of the Nation government. Adam the Cannot Record, a co in that celebrate the society, Bahon, or the cocoa. Other cousins to the Department of Interior are the Baho, Deb Holland, or yeah. So if Deb Holland is last President Biden, it is a at one page only. Executive order, Abbott and Pintado. Each Latin go Kaya Pintado of the military, AAE the only. The package TGF has on Public Law 103-344, American Indian Religious Freedom Act. 78 out of 94, yeah, is the innocent, but the innocent, aim high the on decriminalizing, Peyote, don't forget, oh, you got the adjusted Peyote, and later the Papa, from the Peyote, no, I'll be Papa has softly. So it's a very executive order. In the California, here is how and me about a conduct is so the legislators. For a National Council of Churches, a the state of the Napa, for a queen, now for the should CPO, the party, now for Moscow, a cover AKD. There, put a use one all other substances, these medication are not the quality. In exactly the way as they capacity are much a question. Also, you got a property and the importation, Canada, Mexico, etc. Later is there, but one are quite area, it's I don't know how the greenhouse. It got a new that so you lay a day casting things that 80 corn may sound you there on if other on the Equator and be Yaho, Yaho, so if I certainly know about the code, a quite national, someone I have a young class of was so unique to the Ikato, a young Nahape master of me so Adam from the Nation government or the national government, state government, Aha the chief state in that Misugi, a home, in secret area people, so is a honey, need or a put out there, they have a happy with extra happy with. Tony from Iban today said, Mahaction at some Quebec now the next settle can number 10. They go up at the need at the end that is being out. They go out on the way for just so they go up at 8 on the Tony from Iban today said, a call, a could echo. From this is I say, hey, let me get the board of directors and now the article on which the young high these so auto in the liquid aid on this and so the presentation time of 15 minutes. This is how much I like to take up, and the rest of the presentation is for just when yes, I got these value. I think today in the shall work with these strong people. I can't have the work on something.
Vice President Johnson, the floor is yours.
So yeah, Cantata, Virginia, Charles Newton is the chairperson. Out of the members, Mr. Vice President, Honorable Focus Host, 49, Mr. So, and then all of the members that are out there, Vince James, and Open Houses. So, for those of that kind of, he made an introduction to what I want to do. So, of course, he is there, so he has for that to be, he is the issue is a representative of Israel. He can have them pass, he can bring them, they did nothing. So is a sort of thing, not ego, ego. So is that not that is open that is so is the corner, is a ego. It's an instant. So a equation matter as the indemnity is such power here. So now, so special the fee, yeah, it is not a co-epic contact. So there's a fact that it means nothing. It's a year of fact that it means not hard. They don't say them really sit down to be a court theater is then for the area so not any a decriminalization of Peyote when it is a telecommunicati a article your example. According to the church, there's a psychedelic movement. And 6 years so in the society, is that this. Those things that he pay up and then have enough. This shadow is a shadow. It is very into this, so a queer is not castle, so is a could put part of a shadow. No. So what is easy then could be street. A conductor I thought is I thought there's at the local level, at the state level. So what I thought then is green, is back. Because California, that's what there's legislation in progress, like in the state of Colorado, Utah, Kansas, Missouri, Michigan, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Connecticut, and maybe might even be more. A call, go in the go in the energy, a create a carbon. So in happening ego echo. Of course, create a hard 这个男女真的可以很看into that，一行手机，但他好的也从那个我那这个我的条呀into that的，到我心中都的的，这个那看着。这这个都变都，都一个什么一个，都这三个大了那个，这啥爱上的烂的，那就是Mexico marijuana爱上的烂的，那是 the House of Representatives 爱上to legalize marijuana. It went to the Senate. So these are some movements. Of course, Chinese, in that sense, that's a sacredness, and they're not it's being threatened in that area. It's up in the climate. Antigua, ranchers, let me tell you, at the Hyundai for their business or either for oil expansion. So they're destroying that land. And because they are out of the so now they don't say the Kodonda que habita in the is the national mega artist. So in the freedom to make offering, the freedom to harvest. A creative I thought we feel like the federal government has the moral and the legal obligation by the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 and 1994 to protect this peyote and to have the right to have access to that land. Of course, that whole people take out of the chaos, business. To conserve peyote. To work out some type of an arrangement, maybe an incentive for the ranchers, maybe even to develop some type of a demonstration project. Of course, these are May 23rd, what happened the Donated American Church Organization Summit. The Twin Arrows. May 23rd. Native American Church Organization, the Christian so in the Party Association, so a create we feel that this is we're in a crisis situation make to make a thing for create now as a vice president. I don't the quite any cleaning don't not that a quick for the Navajo Nation to or even the council to establish some type of a legislative team, and we need all the legal help that we need. We don't have that resources. A quick and then with a budget, like on the state legislative and on the city. A quick so if happening almost maybe or in then also to request the authorities to have some type of a work session. Because I'm definitely going to approve the so in the last so this year, I Washington on the federal government, federal agencies, the Department of Interior, Homeland Security, so in various other agencies to work with them. Through a government to government relationship. Especially laid out what we want. I don't know how much time I have, maybe this organization includes a task force to work on the decriminalization. No, which I have on the coalition and Pintado Mr. Thomas Walker. Edo Antiga, on higher commission. So the person has to undone the Christian so that because if you're by him, so in the Codon, you don't make I'm not finished. So now to the project office, so stickers office, so you know the information. They the one arrow. Rather than make so don't never have data. Hata and it. You know, hold on. I can't interpret quickly and the name. So. Echo. I thought there was echo. If you're going to get echo, you can't have anything so it's an undoubted. This is a holy place. This is our sacred ground. Echo create. I have a problem with that. And he's out and he did now. There's a new chili tonight. I saw you there. Now, we like to see. Sometimes an expansion of some of those down in the show. I thank you for your time and credit going the corner could have to do that. No, but I think that's my call. Hey, you're not all the so I respectfully submit our report like this. Thank you for your time, and we thank all of the members here. Board of Directors, all the members, Thank you.
Thank you for sharing the report. A motion has been established by Honorable Otto So, second by Honorable Yuji So. Just as a reminder, committee members, I did submit a request. I got legislation for the opposition of this movement to legalize peyote. That legislation is currently being drafted by our legislative counsel, Chad Abeta. Do we have Mr. Abeta on the line? Mr. Abeta, are you on the line? Let's see if we can get Mr. Abeta on the line. As was referenced earlier, this does involve the Law and Order Committee. Currently, under Title 17, Section 394, possession of sale and controlled substances. If you look at the offenses under item A, it does not currently list peyote. If you look at Section 394 of Title 17, peyote is actually exempt from prosecution. It doesn't apply, Title 17, to a as long as, and I have to state this on the record, that the law does state that as long as that peyote is used by an enrolled member of an Indian tribe for bona fide ceremonial purposes in connection with Navajo, individuals who use, possess, or transport it for any use in Navajo are exempt from this prohibition, as it is lawful on the Navajo Nation. Part of the legislation that is being drafted by Mr. Abeta will include the history of where the Navajo was recognized by the Navajo Nation Code, and then why the exemption currently is listed, so that when the plan at this point is legislation has been dropped. After today, the Law and Order Committee will make a determination of whether we support that legislation. Upon the vote that will be taken today with the report, then it becomes open for co-sponsor. And that's where the committee members can co-sponsor this legislation. Once that legislation once it goes through the process, at this point, I don't know if it's just going to require council or if it's going to require the president's signature. I think that it would be stronger if we can get the president's signature on this legislation. But we won't know that until the legislation has been completely drafted. The Office of Legislative Counsel is the one who determines, whether that is going to be a requirement. But if it is the stance of the Navajo Nation, then we can go ahead and we can proceed and have that legislation signed by the President's office. And so once that happens, once it goes through, if it just requires council, then it just goes through Naviciete, and then that's it. But if it requires president's signature, then it has to go through full council. Once it goes through either Naviciete or full council, we are already planning to head to California to meet with the various senators that are listed on that legislation. I believe it's Senator Weiner out of San Francisco who is sponsoring that legislation. We are working with Carlisle Bigay, who is our lobbyist, and who also assists the Speaker's office. So he is working on getting those meetings together. We'll also be inviting Delegate Thomas Walker as well when we meet with these senators to ask them, to not include that language within their legislation that would legalize the use of peyote. So that's what the plan is at this time. Do we have Mr. Abeta on the line? Mr. Abeta?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I hope that you were able to hear me. Mr. Rabeda, can you provide us an update on where you're at with drafting the legislation?
Thank you. I submitted a draft to you, you and Delegate Thomas Walker around 12:28 this afternoon. And so I've developed that legislation, and I just the approach that I took with this legislation is that we made a general statement opposing any decriminalization of peyote, and just urging states to not decriminalize peyote. To decriminalize peyote. And then the second part is we're opposing the Senate Bill 519, and that's regarding the California Senate bill. And so that's also, we're opposing the peyote to be added to the decriminalization list. And so far that's the draft that I've provided to you. And from just listening to you just a while ago, you also want to include the history of the peyote within Navajo Nation in regards to legalization. And so I've noted that in my notes, so I'll go ahead and do that. But as far as your question to getting the president on board, I think since we're not enacting or amending any law, this resolution won't get the president's signature. So under 221, UNC 221C, it says all resolutions that, let me start over. It says all resolutions that do not enact new Navajo law, amend existing Navajo law, or make a policy statement and are adopted by the Navajo Nation Council shall become effective. Well, I guess, anyway, but I'll go ahead and reach out to the president's attorney to see if they will have any input in regard to this movement by the Inahaga Association. So I'll go ahead and work with them. But that's all I have, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rabeda. So just as a recap. Dana, is that you?
Madam, yeah, this is Dana, and Chad, thank you very much for the report. The one thing I wanted to Madam Chair, I'm hearing a lot of background noises. Can I continue, or would you like me to wait?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know where that background noise is coming from, but yes, you can continue. We're not hearing it on this end.
Okay, great. I just wanted to explain in a different fashion as far as having the president sign on the legislation. Now, it is certainly possible that we can draft the legislation, that it goes to council to have president sign it. However, contemplate that it is the council that has authority to establish positions of the Navajo Nation, and council has delegated to the Navi Committee to be the final authority on those positions. So it can stop at Navi. If you wish it to go to OPVP and get president's signature, we can certainly redraft it to do that. There are, in my mind, two dangers of doing that. One, the president might determine that he doesn't support the legislation for whatever reason, and then he vetoes it, and then council would have to overturn that veto by a 2/3 vote. And as we've seen in the past, that type of a veto by the president really takes, even if when council overturns it, it really takes the wind out of the sails of supporting that legislation. Also, my other concern is if it is not something that the president is required to sign it, when council makes that decision to defer to him, it's my belief, my perception, my observation that it weakens council. Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you, but we will look forward to guidance. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Dana. Sorry, I was on mute. For those of you who are listening in, what Dana stated is really the law of the Navajo Nation. And this was the explanation that I provided at the last Navajo Executive Board meeting, and that is council is the governing body. We technically, when all 24 council delegates come together and we have council, we represent the entire Navajo Nation. So when we're talking about this position statement, it doesn't require the president's signature. Once that legislation passes, that is the position of the Navajo Nation. So we're making that stand, and we're saying that this is where the Navajo Nation stands with that issue. And that's what she was clarifying. And so if we include the president's signature in this, we run the risk of him not signing it, which would actually make it look like it, make it look bad. But if council passes it, then that is pretty much the law of, or not the law, but it's basically the position of the Navajo Nation. So I think we said we're just going to have it go through Nabi-Kiyesket, have council pass it, and then at that point we can proceed forward. And it's just going to take us delegates educating the senators that, this is where the Navajo Nation stands with this issue. So it's a stronger statement that, when we make that position statement, it comes through Nabi-Kiyesket. So that's what Dana was just now talking about. Dana is our chief legislative counsel, so she's our chief attorney. And then Chad Abeda is also an attorney as well, and he's the one that drafted the legislation. As he stated, a copy of that was sent to both myself and Delegate Thomas Walker at 12:28 this afternoon. Because we're using my phone, I haven't checked my email yet. So as soon as I get home, I'll be able to check that email, and we'll make sure the one thing that Chad did state, Mr. Abeda, is that they will include the history of Azet Ben Agaha in the legislation. So once that passes, if we get that information, I think, are we meeting Thursday? Dana? Yeah, Dana, really quickly, is that legislation, is it going to only be slated to go through Nabi-Kiyesket, or are there other committees that are identified on that legislation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to defer to Chad so I get it correctly, but it definitely comes back, I believe, to the Law and Order Committee. Actually, it would go to, I take it back, goes to HESI and Resources, and then NABI. It could certainly come to the Law and Order Committee if you wish. But other than that, I defer to Chad.
Here, Inanna. I have it going to Resources and Development Committee because they oversee the cultural resources and actions affecting natural resources. And then also, as far as environmental health, then that's the whole reason that it's going to HESI. And then thereafter, it'd be Navikiatikit Committee, as Dana had stated that Navikiatikit is the final authority to make positions at the federal state level. But unless if you want this going back to law and order, Alito.
Thank you, Chad. I think that I do have Vice Chair Thomas Walker with RDC currently here with us. In my opinion, this position should go through RDC. As you stated, it does affect the natural resources. Is that where the board stands on that? Just very quickly, so board members, there's 5 committees established in council. The main committee is Navikiatikit. That's made up of 24 delegates. We call it the committee as a whole, because that's everybody. It's not council, it's Navikiatikit. Then each one of the delegates get assigned to the remaining 4 committees. And so right now, Law and Order Committee is one committee. And any changes to the law, anything dealing with the court, it goes through our committee. Then another committee is Resources and Development. So Delegate Thomas Walker is the vice chair for that committee, and that's dealing with like the natural resources of the Navajo Nation, and in this case, since Peyote is considered to be a natural resource, RDC, would be part of that in passing the legislation. Then you have Health, Education, Human Services, because Peyote is considered to be, assisting with health, and then, mental health, behavioral health, all kinds of health. So Health, Education, Human Services would also hear this legislation. The only committee that won't hear this legislation is Budget and Finance. And that's because this legislation is not asking Navajo Nation Council for money. It's asking, that we make this statement that we oppose the decriminalization of peyote, and that we also preserve the sacredness of this plant, and that's where the natural resources and the health comes into play. So right now, those are the 3 committees, actually 4 committees that have been identified. It's going to go through Health, Education, Human Services first, and that's chaired by Daniel So. Then it's going to go to Resources and Development. That's chaired by Rick Nez, but Vice Chair Thomas Walker is on that committee. Then it's going to come to Law and Order Committee. Then once we pass it, then it goes to Navikiatikit. And that's where council can debate the issue. But by that time, it's already gone through 3 different committees. And so you kind of have an idea at that time where the delegates stand with this issue. Sometimes it's just a quick vote because it's a position statement. Sometimes it's something that they might want to get more information about. So that's where we're at right now with the way that the committees are the way that this legislation is going to be assigned to the various committees. So do you guys, board members, do you guys have any questions? Yes. Justin, forgot your last name. Oh, Ruben. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, this is the that's about the time about here. I was thinking committee. So I think I want to walk with us so anyone to hear our concerns. We bought Chinese Navajo on the Chico, Zaro, he had no, he keeps the note of things about him, keep that shape up. There's a lot of there's a lot of things that pertain to this thing. I just want to get to the point, So The question is, how do we get here today? We shouldn't have how do we come together? Who did it? Okay, I just wanted to point that out. The last administration was head by Steve Decriminalization. I know him and the president man, they have a real close relationship. The same thing over here at NXA. It's a different organization. We don't know on state. Okay? It's a new administration. So we follow how we call it. There is no decriminalization of ego. We thought we were protected by this public law. You know, I mean, and then something happened. The NACA decided, I'm going to make a movement there. I'm going to make a movement. Well, we went to Washington, D.C. He put out a testimony. He gave me Mr. Brady. I had this new movement. Peyote Habitat Initiative. Yeah, Australia. We're all using each kid. He wants money. He wants to challenge the state under the state, the land owners. The driving force behind it is he wants to open up the public law. That was just his initiative. You need a funny piece. Yeah, in there. Okay. Paragraph. This is his statement. ORFA, which is the Native American Rights Religious Freedom Act, must be modernized. And the subcommittee can begin by providing oversight. Okay. In the broader community of American religious concerns, there are significant deficiencies within the ORFA that render it useless. And an inspirational policy rather than the law of the land. He should understand that ORFA covers all different tribal members throughout the United States. HHSK, ORFA. The United States government told him, you're an organization. I'm not going to listen to what you have right there. The only way that I'm gonna even look at it is if you go through the government process. That's all it is. I didn't know enough for the level that we talk to every site. The government together. Either I'm going to make it a law. Support me. That's what he said. The shift, we don't want this public law to ever be touched. The rubber on the folks say, they sacrifice financially, physically, emotionally. She only wants to be because you say, I'm in 2022. I don't say that. Okay? What are we going to do with that? So, the public law 103, 344. It provides information about who can use it. What qualifies you to use it? It's just that there's a part in that law, section 3, item number A, B, and C.
Section 3 in at least 28 states have enacted laws which are similar to or in conformity with the federal regulation which protects the family use of peyote by Indian religious practitioners. Okay? 28 states is in in 1994 it went through the House, you know. When it went to the Senate, that's when the state of Utah, Orrin Heck, he was able to pick this up for us and push it through. But the whole Exodus to this day, red and blue, and every day you look at the news, all the people on the blue section, they have their own channel, right? The red, they have their own channel. So what's to say today? Public law, the chances of it passing for us is very, very slim. You're playing a fight. Okay, 28 states are getting it. Okay? 22 are in and 22 states have not done so. And this lack of uniformity has created hardship. I know my sister don't want to hear that word hardship, but it's in the law, right? Okay, what's that hardship they're talking about? What are they talking about when they say hardship? That hardship that they're talking about, let me finish that sentence first. It created a hardship for the Indian people who participate in such religious ceremonies. The hardship they're talking about is that the law has loopholes. And then the hardship, it pertains to decriminalization. Federal government, they created through this law. Those 22 states, we can change it. If this so happens, these 28, it became 29. How did that happen? How did it become 29? Another question, very smooth, he likes to, mess around with the law. The state of Utah, the peyote should be criminalized. When I look at the state of Utah at times, and just don't need to get out. Whatever brings us back into judicial. When he got kicked out, the state of Utah decided to join and come and inform of this law. Because he can't, that's not Utah. That's how it's up to this day. 29 to 21. Okay? You don't say that. It seems that it's something pretty simple. We're not changing the law. We just want this section to be known. 21 states to be 21 states we have the other caution. It's all sent out. Or you can tell our president, you go to Washington, D.C., go fight, Joe Biden, ask him to put out an executive order to these 21 states and please rush for keep peyote out of decriminalization. That's what we want. So how about this? Otherwise, we are touching a lot of lives, It's not District 9B. And if you can already say you can elect Team Utah. I do have a list of my members. It's time that you got called. So I have 2 pages of my members that we have came together and came up with this week. not only for us, but the landlady can't have either. To be very, there's people over there, they don't have internet. It's in the home. His son is there today. He called him in the office. Work members outside, we have work cut up to protect those people. Okay? Just because John Brady has his initiative, that doesn't mean the many people Navajo Nation don't need to follow. The machine can have no other kids, right? We have our own business to take care of over here. We have our own people to take care of. In conclusion, we made a recommendation not to tamper with PL 103-44. That's what we would like to see here. If we start adding on to that, receiving that we don't have on the way, we're going to complicate things. It is an idea that they have only it's going to be simple. But as of now, the state of California, Oakland, California, it became a city ordinance. Peyote decriminalized, what's that? Oakland, California, that city, it became a city ordinance. You can use peyote, no matter who you are. Okay? They filed a complaint. California somehow respected that complaint and they pulled peyote out of that decriminalization. But that's just a temporary fix. We have work to do down there. So this Navajo Amnesty meeting, he got kicked out of Utah. Guess what he did? He went to Oregon. The state of Oregon, what do you think they're doing now? They're going to beat that. I think they already decriminalized peyote again over there. See? So her job was to go to Chihuahua. The federal government is so we hope of course, the 50 states, the United States, all states don't need us. What did the states do? I'm not going to make it national because it's my own law. Yeah. That's what the states did, right? Florida really has to change in the law. This seems like that loophole. Simply put, that's what we want. We don't want public law. 344, 108, I don't hit off that. Don't ever touch it, please. I wanted to make a comment. That's what an elderly told us over here. The Navajo Nation government is there to protect us. I just wanted to make that comment. It should have
thank you for those comments and for sharing that information. I wasn't aware who this Mr. Brady is, but we do represent the government, the Navajo Nation, and that's why we're here. We do support your push to oppose this movement that's happening right now. And as elected officials, we are concerned about this. And as I stated, from our code, when New Mexico allowed for the use of recreational marijuana, we now have to hear from our Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety about how that affected the Navajo Nation and how that affected, the Navajo people, and then the way that we live, and then the crimes that are being committed on the nation. So we do have our support in that, and I do agree that the public law, any changes to the federal statute, that not being messed with right now, because we're our numbers, right now with what's going on at the federal level with the representatives and our senators, everything is teetering. We barely got the RECA extension through on the Senate side, and we still have to hear it from in the House of Representatives. So we're waiting on that, and it seems like every time there is an Indian law issue, there's always laws against it. So I agree with you, Mr. Jim, in that we don't touch that, and that we just leave it right now. Maybe later on, when we have, when it's more on our favor, maybe then we can look at amending it. But right now, I do agree that it shouldn't be that way. Vice Chair Otto has, did you want to speak? Okay, Vice Chair Otto.
Oban Kopke, so the Lady or Senator, the dialogue, was that the organization tried to communicate with the president's office. And Hashiza, who admitted, and this goes to everybody across the Navajo Nation. How the legislative process is conducted with whether it's a legislation, whether it's a position statement of the Navajo Nation. Do remember, back in 1989, turmoil happened, and that allowed the government to restructure to a temporary government type that what we have today is known as a three-branch government. Under the chairman system, the chairman got too powerful. The council passed the chairman didn't sign off on it, and then it wasn't law. And I believe that is probably the mindset when the organization went directly to the president's office. The current government structure. It's called, they say the council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. We did recommend that we have the conversation started within the legislative branch so that we could start crafting the position statement. Dana Barba, Yahadnet, A. Bishman, Bishman, or Committee Yahla on all position statements. Through the process in the planning stage, which Madam Chair alluded to, relating to the drafting of the legislation, It requires time and research. And that things are negotiated with the data doing the Chief Legislative Council is that on the area even as part of federal law. In that on the Mr. Bradley Yaya, he told Mr. Johnson Yaya, that's what they research. Because some of those things apply to Indian tribes across the nation, and some of them apply to a certain degree. There's certain roles and responsibilities. But the only thing is that Congress is the only entity that could change these laws. There's only this position statement because it's on now the hope Washington lean again or Ghana. The KT miss on the amen which this is the Navajo Nation's position. If the president's going to go and support the council for this initiative, he won't speak upon that action relating to the position statement. The committee is the final authority. It goes to strategy of how the committee process goes. And I think, Chad, if you're listening, you have to think about how the committee meetings, each standing committee is going to think about their committee meetings. If it's introduced, if the legislation is ready by next week, or correction, maybe Friday, it's ready to be dropped for the 5-day comment period. Look at how the committees do their meetings. Because I say usually, like Law and Order has their meetings like the second, third, and fourth Monday of the month. They have their meeting every Wednesday, 4 days, every Wednesday of the month, 4 Wednesdays. So Health and Human Services, so carbon machine goes up. Chad, think about how this process is going to go, because, and then the other thing too is now the ESP committee, the final authority, they only have 2 meetings a month, second and fourth Thursdays of the month. Hoskins or AAC oil apa particularly is. That way we have these things in place. The other is that this process, is our current government process. But what people don't realize is it's according to the current government structure. Even now, Madam Chair. So each of the branch, you have certain authority. You hear based on the is that our job? Are those special activities special needs? Are the not the president based in the music are the Islam could it be one to the special needs? alcohol, we have to stay within a certain authority. If it requires, like, Mr. Bradley, yes, Joe. What other entities will be needed to be at the table? Historic Preservation Department. That's a program that's under the executive branch. Or only Mr. Abbott, Mr. Piquet, Richard Piquet, they could have come here. The NATO area, Don Hana, work for the president. We have to get that type of collaboration in there, so we get everybody in the loop, so that this initiative be there by in the area. So with all the information that's being provided, because you're talking about lobbying, asking the President of the United States to do an executive order. That may be a whole different legislation again in itself. But in the meantime, you got the area to oppose what's going on in the state of California. So it's going to require, even a conversation with the Secretary of the Interior. Round the pitch to release it. So we don't know what the current administration in Washington's position is. Most likely, there's going to be probably 2 or 3 of them moving forward after this, because you're asking one thing, and then you're asking for another issue, another thing. Even now, that dialogue to bring everybody to the table. The 23rd is this is President, she was for so that they could look up there on the acre. What is you not this? So we try the best to bring the President up to power on this. What is his position? How lucky is this? Like ego in the kingdom in the past, because the nettle is I don't know, history. I don't know that oh, they're just asking for this. They're just asking for that. The other concept too is related. I'm sure something like is protecting the mid of the caucus, the habitat. That would require a government relation with the state of Texas, or even I'm not too sure, maybe bottom part of the state of New Mexico. I see on that. That's a whole different animal again. I mean, because it's been on. Because you still say, non-indoor. There's different types of actions that need to happen in itself. And it will require leadership to really pull together. And especially with the executive branch, we really need to help on this, because they're providing that direct service. So not what they need. What is the point of historic preservation review? And how does these federal policies relate to the federal laws, such as the public laws that were cited So those public laws, how do they reference into certain like public law 103-3344? How does that coincide in Indian law? Indian law inside the Federal Code of Regulation is not the Federal Code of Federal Regulations that the law for any area is just a public law. If you want that change, again, it requires an act of Congress. So, for instance, I chair the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and inside the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, there's the 1974 Settlement Act. We want this change. We want this change. We got to build together to change the law. It takes time. Even now, it requires the branches to come together. And that is the most important thing. We can sit here and get the legislative branches can sit and work together to get us all this information. But if we don't get the other help from the other side, in Washington, and you just look at social media, basically thinking that chapter has to be no. There's policies that divide up certain restrictions for us. Like for me, I go back to my district. All my powers, to get me all those for a 5-minute report. I don't have voting power. I don't have signatory authority on the resolution. We have to just be mindful of that. We have to go through the current process, but the current process speaks up position statement of the Navajo Nation. That's the good thing about it. But moving forward with this through the committee, we just need to strategize, try to get to move this a lot sooner. I know that the lobbying effort to the state of California, because states always like to undermine tribal sovereignty. Every state, look at the state of Arizona. That lobbying effort is really going to have to happen. And that lobbying effort, we're basically educating those leadership, whether it's state leadership or Washington, North Nile, we are educating the senators and congressmen, the House of Representatives. That's a very important thing, such as special diabetes grants. That's a very important thing because diabetes is reality on Navajo. You can manage so those programs like this that are very vital to the nation is something that we go to try to protect. And in this case will be for the usage of how we want to utilize the Peyote. That's the same thing. You have to have an open mind in order to be in a position of this nature, because you have lives at stake. Because whether you vote green or whether you vote red, you're going to impact somebody's life. Don't envy the position on anybody. Go out there. See. Now and then leave it in that you don't have a person that understands what's in that home, that program, that failure, that heart, that G-shit. You're a kid, children, more time is that. They don't understand their livelihood, whether they're struggling, whether they're not struggling. So y'all who use it, come on, for those people, little home, so yeah, those people, 55, it's something that will impact, this organization. The organization is not, I don't want to call it an organization. Whether you go to Christian church, whether it be Native American church, or you go to the Cantata. It could be me. Here to be me. It's a two-way street. You can't preach it. You have to practice it. You don't practice it, you're not meeting halfway. Or the street. Over the street. If you're on a magic trip, you need to meet it somewhere in the middle. So, go find someone else that is that is going in for the purpose of financial ability. There's a good way and a bad way. So, if you said, oh, that's really way. 所以要是这个我现在都记得我的就是我办是那个办是是他们说那是个可我的卡的都是说那是那都是那都那是个the main thing that we're going to need to help is at the committee level. We need to educate the council. Because you have, like law and order is that RDC, Health and Human Services, you have 6 members. You have 24 members at now the EFC committee. So the process is trying to educate and get this message to the delegates also because their votes can count. Some delegates may not vote. They may vote red. Some delegates may vote green. Some may choose not to be there because of controversial reasons. So even now, need to tell when the office wanted to give you guys a glimpse of it because this is the actual legislative process. You know, basically, we do support it, and it's something that is dear, and especially to freedom of religion. It's something that we have to support, and we have to equal next year. So the man is
Again, Vice Chair, we also have Delegate Thomas Walker, and then from there we have Mr. Monroe in the back, and then we'll go to Vice President Johnson. No, I think it's on
Madam Chair, the board charge me to fit Article A, that has been got Article E1, to fit at where the Article. Madam Chair, the not realize if we realize if able to have to go down to put the Article not in. And I got the just to go, but they have that need. I have aired. I would issue that. Mr. Vice Chairman, we go. So, thank you very effort on it for that. Opportunity that is, about, so that I feel it. Can, without Corona, I don't know if Honorable Edmund Ross is on the line as well as Honorable Vince James. Good afternoon to our colleagues. She's not able to submit. So that's Honorable committee members. I want to start with a committee start. Although the officers that are on the call here, Office of the Speaker, Office of Legislative Counsel, I don't know if Navajo Nation DOJ is on the call. Although Madam Chief Justice, so Maria, although 31st shot, and now you gotta go. I think that has yet to be. The code class in Yehidi is even Lelia. They come here from southwest corner of the Navajo Nation. Come here with concern also. I think we have no. Although now community should have unity, it has been touched with the family of the community is in the spiritual realm. Other the Navajo so the she is given off other letters to his you have said it in the family church belong
safe environment out of the organization that the Navajo Dahaki, Dahaki, issue to the Tracy, out of the Albert Johnson, Dahako issue, the Hato really got out of the members, board of directors, all chapter officials, all that other members of community the Harlem President for that aircraft. I don't think that is done at the head and beyond the other. It is people also manage, but other of course, we are several Islamic office orders have either been for those set up for Ibayaki, the other issues offset future plan to visit and make some requests to the leadership there to start the question to that contact. The uncertainty so the data had on messages is Ibayaki who he just it does other done so on because I don't think to see my constituent also the Monroes, the Langley, I got the Hakati from my coal mine canyon. I don't have a new land at the point that the Delcon did this vehicle. Also, for those also honorable Soya, the Yaki, Vietnam, they shot under nothing, they did under the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, Argent Patapitado, say, the Hanashta, and therefore, but I always think about my relatives, the former Bennett's area residents, out the Hopi partition land residents, out the Navajo partition land residents, out the new land residents, out the relocatee agent for Iban cases for the president. I always appreciate that this order using from a government standpoint, Navajo Nation standpoint, that's all. The next to the EDA, the Shake of the Indian land, the fantastic Peyote. I always feel that they are some of the most disadvantaged Navajos. I always feel that they are some of the most underserved Navajos. The Ajikabi, Eagle, and they have been hard to go to I don't know. That also has a house and sometimes you feel like you're underserved or underprivileged. So if you're from these areas that I mentioned, so after all these years, realizing representing these communities, I lost about cases. Because easy that in Navajo, the she negative, the she negative. At the shop, that they have gotten sort of other bank issues representing these communities, my relatives, my constituents. I'll tell you, there are some different types of jurisdictions. Certainly, oppression, almost an understatement there. I don't let it sit on the other bed, the whole. I don't let the Jacobina and the in that. Take a so to get the other leaders that take on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. So we come to learn 4 years of service here in the 24th Navajo Nation Council. There isn't a meeting that goes by without thinking about our people in these areas. So this afternoon I'm thinking about them. So PPC, other layers of the year, that the result of the year. Yes, I'm with that. It's hard. But when it's all 3 years, so I usually find just to check the hospital ocean. This is on it. Although based on anything should be to those participants under their policy makers, the lawmakers, other were appropriators. After A were advocates. After that were representatives 24/7. The next 110 chapters, all 400,000 Navajos, if I need to go for funding. We have that opportunity, and we have that determination, that mindset, certainly, to be Navajo representatives, Navajo advocates for our people. So, fantastic, position paper, resolution, therefore, what happens the day after, what happens a week later, a month later. I can check away for benefit, of Jackie, funding for legislation that drafted the other. It's a lot of benefit, I guess I would say that the 3-branch government that we have 3-branch teams. There are leaders. Each one of them has the opportunity to use that position paper to represent or to advocate to whomever. So the resolution, it's not talking to chapters, it's not talking to the leadership, it's talking to the outside Washington zone, the state government, each of that people. So it anticipated in that resolution. I would only be large to Cantata diminution a benange or this age. I don't station even not in dating. Nutrition a Cantata jackal. So that the ocean for related to the home commercial or the a resolution, not a mission council, not a mission position. See that. But I should say that it's people the issue that perhaps is for area for those that we are coffee art or the for can you guys about actually some of my constituents have asked for this resolution and also try to help bring that resolution to the forefront and get legislation out of it. Now, I want to say, I'm glad I didn't do that. In a company for not a job on the next name, even the article, now only the article only. So we not just if you had so the other is that it will be something that's pretty well thoroughly discussed. About the recommendation, input, questions, by that is able to talk. So I want to talk. Although Madam Chair, to do that,
the bounty should have to be sanitated put other in other either with the other the production I don't know why we will be actually dropping that resolution, but it's already drafted. Could add probably one more conversation with Madam Chair, though maybe up to the state council. Could add that not south of Natalie, so advocate she could add I'll be that name if I count of that in so in big I didn't have it about this. I got the other professional officer of legislative services after a election from Happy. Anything about certain numbers, he actually goes tracking numbers. I don't taking out that the Indian documents tonight the different committees. I don't that public comment and we posted up on our website, council's website for this now we are just posted it. At the same time, I have to once that's posted, then you have the opportunity to offer your comments, statements, or your questions, or your recommendations. Those comments, this one, aircraft species of the that is used the Nazi there is about to social today is but I saw that the other Germany unity is about much of the other is for the Washington, Texas, the trade either study fees and that's money. It's all cost, although the way look, long look, things, stand and local month, and chapters, even of chapters. So, all the yachts is there, so, people see the way put out them to go. I will think so so, the communication phase so the light of that is I know that one of the representatives from OPVP, the location room facility, the consulado that is the larger and typical that is this mental for the city speakers issue is effective. So I know the speaker has been asking for a letter from the organization for should they so how many of I don't know, say like speaker without letting anyone know, without a letter, he just decided to give the organization $1,000. Oh, they this is a big document. I'm not thinking this out. I think other than for about 100 even months and just go back to listen that. Even now, it's better for the now. And that's we have been the other there. But it's in the issue in my letter lecture because the Honorable Speaker has been asking for a formal communication, formal letter or resolution for the people. She is for generosity and hospitality appreciate it. Yeah, now, what's good on it? Oh, vice versa.
Okay, after that, we also have in the queue right now, Mr. Monroe.
Yes, sir. This one is lonely, CCBO office. Could either the son of the office, the other, this, so kind of classical control is a co-written to a long circle. If I did the whole way to, have a bond to, say, my treatment, Peter, the other, she's got those nothing like this. The long way for years other years, Yahoo. So that actually sometimes I think commonly that was some the calling to make say that the sea don't call that by Somali, you yeah, thank you very much. That they are in the committee out of Stado kasi ramad hote yanda ki ko kitti ada tahan ya itu ni tahan itu dia di sini lah ada semua dah kan suaka ya ko sekarang ya 1952 ada masuk ke ada sih itu hasil bahasa Cina ko ये कोई यही पासा रहना वाला कोई बात नहीं जी कोई ज़रूरी अरे जिसको अगर मैं तो यार किसी की इतना जाता है लेकिन आपको फायदा कुछ सुबह ये जब पिछले से काफी साथ देगी अगर ये खुदा से नहीं जाने हम लोग तो हैं तो कुछ नवा है मैं जैसे मैं को तो then the first step, I think, people think, because in our lives, every other source of see other ways to go. And of course, the other, I spent my lifetime in ways to see. Yeah, I think the whole thing, I think other law was cut on down business. Yeah, I think now, Father told me, not only that, it other laws that cut so either. Italy, no, it is so it is a legal, it is so as you see, it is so it all that it is my only interest idea. No way. But it is the level you contribute to good livelihood, really. Good livelihood to other education, leadership. But for one day, this case is a decision of our professor studies that I know. Because even in our president, even in our activity. As I'm just in the drama where you're supposed to have everything. Of course, if we don't know it, we want that can have this legacy. We are doing it. About the year. So the only not with the other things that we got. Given now, we are called either called Sonoma. We're listening today. All the years back in 2000, early 2000, about the other, we've been to the tribal council. We did not feel on the day. Mr. Navajo is the last ministry. Accordingly, facility that is Justice Department, not only if he does this or this, أكون represent the example, such a matter by a city, other houses. But the hospital now, in this question, technology, given that it is also to know it is not for the days of people, it's long overdue, legislative process. It's long overdue. The concept of this is, you have a people, هذا بداية هذا نفسه إذا كان محتاج استدامة خاصة محتاج إيه يقاطع في جزء هي نخاف حتى توصيته إيه هذا صحيح إنه إسلام أخطأ إيه تنجسه أخو شريف في الإسلام لا تحسسه أخطأ كتو أنا أتذكر أحد although he is just so much because in the research and management office. So we are on the job of example lecture. So we are about Jesus. It's a hand father. That's what I want to say. I'm glad to be here. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Vice President Dawson. Boy, you guys are just really filling us up over here. I have to keep looking at my belt over here.
I was sitting and wearing my own you can eat too. Oh yeah, I need not really. So I have a protein business on doing that. Your papa for no. Oh yeah, oh the corona is because so in the show the so in the corona is going on to this stuff and those understanding so and then you know that in the careful so in the out artificial so in the you use an example of Microsoft to do that now see that but you don't have that you have to use so Ako ile so kodo sedo ya chona ni pa chona ni ba so na ki kon se kodo ya ni he che to ni so ti ni de ko se na kha to na to de se na ta na kha to na to de so ko tra ni di so ti the committee, there's 4 committees, others are not yet to add to that video, how to talk, so telling their course. So they done, they asked me, and so far, it's hard to them going on, how to know it. They have only second, how to know it. So in the out of the quick shape of the Kitona, the Yato, Kitona, she doesn't know if it's big or none of ego, she's behind Nado, Adam could not step on Ado. You will not ask who begins not ego. The way I see it is we're developing a strong position base. The zero, you don't have to could open the open hand of Haki. So able to learn nothing tonight. It's a shit down so nothing. We'd like to establish that rapport with all of the council delegates because that's the reason why we like to invite them to our gathering over there. So individually with committees, we have a secretary of the task force. We like to visit them. And then take that special time to sit down with them, maybe they have lunch with them, just we so about that they come they do not have to go away. I quit. Don't know those men are points in the eight of their last, they don't have to get to your last, you know, other quite snacks, maybe go quick, you see, if you need not to cut it, you see, a quite the quirky is they were saying a choice enough. Late quickly paying the quirky. Late on this, also what SPG no. Now, to strategize to develop those action steps. Those in the hands with the federal government. Out of the Pintado on the sheet. So on the hand it's on. So a corner there's an avenue. So in city we believe through our tribal government that's our strength because we are a sovereign nation. We have that sovereign powers. The government to government relationship is that that's closely bonded through the treaty. A created there is that but Jeremy Nanaki we go to pay up on this whole thing. We hit something happy. Cities and then take it. All the efforts you can host other than that stuff. Now let's go to the heart send I thought no not the security but she the chief of internal medicine says this and when that's if you can call the society there that's how corner of the whole so echo what you can present another task. I want to it's a sacred pilgrimage. They don't be the whole thing, so they're not people. Quite a lot of money. I think I think the Cantata she I don't know exactly, but very eloquently and also the sheet tackle in the legal with some they want to keep storing she gets that's on our many I can see that. So it's on me. That's what it is for us. Finally, so the freedom of religion for gaiety. The Supreme Court decision said freedom of religion, this Peyote does not apply to that. In fact, And then now they have to go through the legislative process. Later, the public law submitted, which is New York. We feel that at that time, we have that freedom of religion for us. Legislative, I was council because I just say so I don't thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your time also.
And I always apologize. So normally when I go to meetings, I stay off of my phone. But when we found out that the legislation is ready, I just now sent it to both of you through email. I just forwarded it to you along with the agreement that we're going to include the history of how Peyote came about here, the Navajo Nation. So at this point, what we do know is based on the research that our attorney is doing on Peyote, is that Tribal Council passed a resolution in 1967, and that was passed October 11th, 1967. And it stated, it shall not be unlawful for any member of the Native American Church to transport peyote into Navajo country or buy, sell, possess, or use peyote in any form in connection with the religious practices, sacraments, or services of the Native American Church. And as far as we know, that this is the very first council resolution passed by the Navajo Nation Council in 1967. So that's going to be included in this, I guess, in the historical part of this legislation. So just know that we're including the history and all of the legislations that have been passed by Navajo Nation Council that pertain to Peyote. So I apologize now when you were talking, Mr. Monroe, when you were talking, I was trying to read through it to make sure. Because what we're now trying to do is once we make those amendments, once that information is added, audience, that we can go ahead and we can move it forward to the first committee. And the legislation that I just sent you, that I just forwarded to both you, President Tracy, and then also Vice President Johnson, sounds like it's going to be going to Health Education Human Services, and then to RDC, and then I think LOC is going to be added into this, and then it's going to go to Navi-TX. So I just want to update you, and again, I just forwarded that email to you. That way, you guys have it, because it was sent to us at 12:38. So now I just got finished reading through it, and once we add the history part, I think it's going to be okay. Then you guys can have that for your record. So I just want to apologize. And then for the food again, thank you. It was really, really good. I thought, wow, we normally, in all honesty, people think us delegates eat really good. We don't. And in fact, I was really good. I had diabetes. I was really good, had it under control for years until I became a council delegate. my diabetes numbers are up. So Dr. Johnson, I'm so sorry. And Dr. Jim, I'm so sorry. I hear we're eating soup again, but I didn't eat the fried bread. I'm trying to be really, really good. And my doctor, I had an appointment last week, and she said, you need to quit eating like that. I said, you know, in all honesty, you know, we go to parts of the Navajo Nation where you might just have a gas station. So we eat from, you know, day-old hot dogs or, you know, cold burritos from gas stations. And then sometimes, you know, we'll pitch in to buy bologna and bread. As a committee, I know Lorraine's laughing, but there's been times where we have to send her to the gas station to go get bologna and bread for us. But that's how we eat. We eat really, really, it's not good. But, you know, we're traveling so much, we're on the road that coming to this is just like I said, I have to keep lifting my belt over here. No wonder delegates leave their term and they're a little bit heavier. Vice Chair, I would say.
One thing is that as this resolution that's dropped and being drafted this time, the legislation will have a heading. And whatever document that you guys have supports the resolution from the Nation or we're probably going to need those as supporting documents. But if you have a resolution that the question wants on it, try not to put them all together. You might have to separate them because usually they over here they will say, well, this resolution is saying this, and this, and this, and that. Your main standpoint is this, Asabi. So that's why I'm saying it's going to be so many parts to take care of this matter. And so what might happen is that you might, since the resolution has been sent to you, supporting the resolution that is geared to what the legislation heading is would be grateful. That will be Cathedral stuff. And then at the same time, probably your chapters, you guys have extensions out to other regions, and you should help as a part of supporting documents to the legislation. Will be very, very instrumental. And then the other question is, what Mr. Johnson alluded to, what happens after Navajo approval? What happens after that? And that is something that is because even this one legislation, we passed it. Even what are the other documents that's needed? You know, what if there's other position statements that need to happen? We need to start getting that together. So that dialogue, you really can't let it just end. And I should ask you, I hope that because I see position statements that council makes, not being made, and they don't go anywhere. For instance, the commission that I chair, we submitted, Indian Commission relocation and that is the Biden administration, and Biden is sitting on it. He don't want to appoint an Indian commissioner to lead the Office of Navajo for the Indian Relocation Program. That tells you what is his position. The administration needs aid with Kaya. So it argues that it's unfound. All different enemies or aiding for we did send updated information to Mr. Biden and even to the observatory. We haven't provided an answer yet. So even Washington corner, the state Washington, immediately should come earlier should come. The committee is flying out to Washington, and when you find out, you know, that some issues came up with the O'Neill stuff, and tomorrow they are the issue Wednesday now, and you know, in the game, and it's going to delay my trip to Washington. This week is National Police Week that started. We're having a Navajo police officer being, 2 Navajo police officers being added to the National Police Officers list in Washington. And it's very, very important. And AI is now, young people in the AI, I think for not to me, AI basically your the family from so very, very bad people. Really people agree with that. I had this other issue come up and even now done or earlier. Maybe afterwards I'm gonna pick off afterwards because the fire and there's some issues that's coming up on impact a lot of people from background. It actually need those resolutions, and if you have resolutions that are already in place, you may have to tweak them and re-mention them and re-pass them. That way we can add them as exhibits. And also during the committee process too, if it's not available by the time the legislation begins the committee process, as long as we get it before the TSC committee, it can be added in as an exhibit. It's part of the legislation. So if you talk about so that's not every day. And I think that you should not so big down cannot so classic. And you got stay or shun many on the stuff. I realized I was getting a little bit of fatigue. But now I say, over that. The fatigue is really works on leadership. Every day we're somewhere. In the Friday, she was over at a police retirement center. I was going over there and eat on each day. They had a police officer that retired and was hurting along with duty. So each of the elements have different roles and responsibilities based on the community. I really appreciate this dialogue, and you know, and also, you know, Mr. Bradley, the 21 states. How do we lobby them? You know, because their suggestion, their position is different. States are always geared to undermine Indian tribal sovereignty. You just look at the state of Arizona, we're going to execute a Navajo state law, render state decision. Y đã cũng xuống như là rồi giết tiền là để có nào để that's what I mean. And in the earlier case, so I didn't so calm the how does Navajo law prevail here? Navajo. You know? We had that a couple of years ago. We went under that state. Only the oil. Because we they will not be part of that. Return, yeah. Ala area kaya hati president na ini kita will I itu the other reason they found long other and then you have the state kind of impose jurisdiction on tribal members. It's just like the highway patrol. You pull someone over, they have an agreement with the nation that allows them, but they have to honor tribal jurisdiction in that only the good day and talk about the I really hope that, I really wish that our high school students were really grilled with this. That reality. And these things, and graduating and things like that, and leave the reservation and never come back. But how does the outside society think about tribal members? That once you leave the reservation, you're under their jurisdiction. Every deal off the reservation is subjected to state jurisdiction. I'm own up to those responsibilities. No. And again, it's reality. And certain tribal rights, such as the sovereign nation. And I do agree that the community area, it's a sovereign nation. None of the government business how a person utilizes for sovereign nation. Or on the goes for any denomination. My late uncle, who was the eldest missionary, was a missionary. Someone he said the Book of Mormon. Yeah, you're right. Go for any denomination. All over not to buy it and you deny that at all. Or if you never know that. You the tornado to the field and in the not you're not doing it. That will teach you more story than any other person. Okay, I'm not sure. Or without bound to speak.
And I appreciate good to be so appreciate the time here. And we have a lot of work to do on this. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and read the legislation really quickly so that you guys can hear what we have so far. And what we're going to do is keep in mind, we're going to add the history, and then I think that should be done. So the title of the legislation is An Action Relating to Health Education and Human Services, Resources and Development, and Navajo Committees, opposing decriminalizing the recreational use of peyote and urging all states to limit the non-criminal use of peyote to religious purposes, and opposing the inclusion of peyote on the California Senate Bill 519 list of substances to be decriminalized. Whereas, that's the title. Whereas the Navajo Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council empowered to assist and coordinate all requests for information, appearances, and testimony relating to proposed county, state, and federal legislation impacting the Navajo Nation. 2N and C, subsection or section 700A, 701A6. The Health Education Human Services Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council empowered to represent the Navajo Nation at local, state, and federal levels in coordination with the President of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Committee on proposed legislation, funding, and other actions affecting environmental health. 2N and C, section 400A, section 401B, 7A. The Resources and Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council empowered to represent the Navajo Nation at local, state, and federal levels in cooperation and coordination with the President of the Navajo Nation and the appropriate committee of the Navajo Nation Council on proposed resolutions or actions affecting natural resources. 2, Navajo Nation Code Section 500A, 501B files. The Native American Church is one of the oldest religious traditions in the Western Hemisphere. A recent carbon dating of peyote at an archaeological site in Texas revealed that the peyote dated back to 220 BC, approximately 6,000 years ago. This is information from James D. Munita, who wrote an article titled Peyote Crisis Confronting Modern Indigenous People, the Declining Peyote Population, and a Demand for Conservation. This is a law journal that can be found in the American Indian Law Journal, Volume 9, Issue 1, Article 6, 2020. E. In the Southwest United States and Mexico, peyote is drastically declining due to land development, ranching, agriculture, poaching, psychedelic tourism, incorrect harvesting, and other factors such as recreational use and climate change. F. Peyote is a slow-growing cactus that takes approximately 10 or more years to grow from a seed to a mature plant to be consumed. G. In February 2020, California introduced Senate Bill 519, which would decriminalize certain hallucinogenic substances, including mescaline, peyote. The California law would make it 1, legal to possess for personal and social sharing. 2, place strict limits on who could use the drug, penalizing those who are under the age of 21 for using drugs. 3, expunge the records of those with prior criminal offenses for possession and use. 4, require the California Department of Health, Public Health to come up with regulations and therapeutic uses of the legalized psychedelics. And 5, will no longer carry criminal penalties for possession of drug paraphernalia associated with psychedelics as long as they are owned by adults. See Senate Bill 519, Controlled Substances, Decriminalization of Certain Hallucinogenic Substances. H, under Section 1.1 of Senate Bill 519, peyote is specifically excluded from the list of substances to be decriminalized, and any cultivation, harvest, extraction, tincture, or other product manufactured or derived therefrom because of the nearly endangered status of the peyote plant and the special significance peyote holds in Native American spirituality. Section 11363 of the Health and Safety Code, which makes it a crime in California to cultivate, harvest, dry, or process any plant of the genus it's a Latin name. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. I'm sorry. But it says also known as peyote is not amended or repealed. Furthermore, Section 1M of Senate Bill 519 provides the state of California fully respects and supports the continued Native American possession and use of peyote under Federal Law 42 U.S.C. 1996A, understanding that Native Americans in the United States were persecuted and prosecuted for their ceremonial practices and use of peyote for more than a century and had to fight numerous legal and political battles to achieve the current protected status, and the enactment of this legislation does not intend to undermine explicitly or implicitly that status. J, the Navajo of the Nation Incorporated passed a resolution attached as Exhibit A opposing the decriminalization of peyote due to recreational use by the public, which will threaten the availability and over-harvesting of peyote. The Navajo of the Nation Incorporated further suggests that peyote be limited strictly for religious, cultural, and ceremonial purposes only. K, as that means medicine and Diné language. Native American church practitioners identify as that to also mean peyote and is believed to spiritually heal a person through songs, prayers, and consumption of the peyote. L, the Navajo Nation understands that peyote is classified as a Schedule I controlled substance under the Federal Controlled Substance Act. M, the Navajo Nation further understands that the American Indian Religious Freedom Act provides protection for Native American church members to legally use peyote for religious purposes only. N, it is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to oppose decriminalizing the recreational use of peyote, as it is a cacti that could be excessively harvested and will endanger the plant peyote, and will also affect the religious practice of indigenous people across the Western Hemisphere. Now therefore be it resolved that A, the Navajo Nation opposes decriminalizing the recreational use of peyote and urges all states to limit the non-criminal use of peyote to the religious use of indigenous people across the Western Hemisphere. B, the Navajo Nation further strongly opposes the inclusion of peyote on the California Senate Bill 519 list of substances to be decriminalized. That is the legislation at this time, and we'll be including the history of the Navajo into this legislation so that when we do send that to the 21 states, letting them know where the Navajo Nation stands in this issue, they'll understand this history and also what our Navajo people went through in order to continue with this religion. Mr. James, the floor is yours.
Gracias, señor Tony. So, my name is Ruben Jim. De China. That's my wife. Maybe so. The sister, your brother, the East Movement Standards. We spent a lot of time with him. Anyway, I want to say thank you for the comment that you made here, Mr. So. What I hear on there. Not only to me, the way that you explain the importance and that everybody matters. That's what you said when you said every chapter matters. Yeah.
If there's other shows, that means that you're watching out for everybody. They've been not yet. I just want to make a comment to my board of directors of Finito. It's not fun. Although, Vice President, everybody matters. So we all need to collaborate. Okay? We have to build a team here and towards the KDB. Because the task force that we created is kind of like upside down. It needs to be diverse. According to him, what we ask of you, in a timely manner, to put it, get it going. So if you have anybody that's just that, executive officer, it's important that we come together. Okay? Everybody counts. Everybody matters. So don't be looking away from one another from here on out. And so all of these on top of one another. What these are resolutions. All some of them they kind of seem to say, and they're having a hard time. Thank you when you talk them up. When you help. So if you take out the truck that's loaded one side, you're not going to make it around that first curve. And it sounds like we have a lot of curves we got to go through. So it is, I guess. So, again, thank you for making that comment.
Madam Chair, I just realized that I sent the email without the attachment, so I'm going to try to attach it to the email. I apologize. Mr. President Tracy?
Madam Chair, this is Dana. Would it be possible for Chad to say a few years? And I apologize if I just interrupted somebody. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Dana. Can you say that again?
Yes, Mr. Abeda would like to say something before the meeting closes out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll go ahead and recognize him after President Tracy.
Thank you.
Thank you,
and I
Dana.
apologize if I interrupted.
No, you're fine. You're fine. President Tracy, for it.
Mr. Soto, using Ludo, Machina, Mr. Walker. Mr. Online, Honorable James, Mr. Yavi also. I still have the morning about these aliens. And say me out, they cannot be so hot out of the there. Then there put out on Fayas is on the sea of the Shadi out of that school. Or I use it in such a sound of sea. You should then make a edit of a mark on for Chicago 8 on this case, the 8 out on the 8 inch housing. A cut a is a sitting there and a very probably not at the housing. And if our aid is not for this solution. We could adequately not have you make the vehicle or the need for the future master position at until at what the capital leisure called 100 out of the master position. To the council that you don't read the RIP and you have any other phase initial other thing that you see by husband dollars. I gave them the destination for war. The others are short communication from decision on your just case because often not the Sahara decision. Now, can the AG a Yanti, not being seen as far as another maybe the Queen A or not particularly quite on the AG, the Queen A Yan, a pair has been the A, the Ishka, the whole thing, as they should have your image. I don't know if all the should have your image, so it's a quite a young Asian in Chicago, I think how that is on the area that is Mexico, Ado in the Tahi, Asian Kudon, Mexico. Ado in the deep is kind of how she dropped the 2000. It'll be online for 5-day count. Because she couldn't get her, and she never did she in later with other to the other body that maybe a young comment submitted or this a could on Mexico, a could share or share into the destination. The gun how be loud and the cup of meat there or they quite get a support. In the way that tsunami practicing it has been the other creation is each another is of course, Kodoban, this case, it legislation has a yagi person the other part of the field. You just say and made the lock and it is unleashing or she not a G on it. A condemn person as if you have the Mexico in a zor at a Azor Sata, what I asked a John to me. Asian latte in me the Bahama in beauty, a classy, a Adam Lego Sata, the Nazi, John Town of Iban 6K. Of course, she had done Mahama 10 past ages. Out on the Korota has been usually for this. Anytime you want to have a meeting here in Shenley, you're more than welcome to do so. They could, of course,
You'll see this again. I said, thank you, President English. Thank you for that. So just very quickly, Shija, the question that you asked, so it's going to need a majority vote to pass. That's 13 delegates, and I'm adding up right now the delegates that I know that would support this legislation. I think right off, I think we have the vote. Because you have 4 from Law and Order Committee, because we do support this legislation. That's myself, Delegate Otto So, Delegate Eugene So, and Delegate Vince James. And then I think that there is going to be 3 from RDC, definitely. That will be Thomas Walker. I think Wilson Stewart would support this, as well as Mark Freeland. I think definitely those 3 will support it. And then I think you have 3 from Budget and Finance. I think that Nathaniel Brown will support it. I think that Elmer Begay will support it, and I think that you'll also have Jimmy Yellowhair who will support it. And then I think from Health Education, Human Services, you'll have Charlene So who will support it. I believe that Daniel So may support it. And then yeah, I think Tess will support it all the way around. And I think we do have the vote. And this is talking to the delegates. I haven't talked to Delegate Claudia yet, so I don't want to say that, I don't know where she stands on this, but I'm pretty sure she would support it. And all we need is 13 delegates to vote in favor, and then it would pass. So I think we do have the vote. Okay, any other questions or any other comments at this time? I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over. Mr. Abeda, I know that you wanted to say something. I'm going to go ahead and recognize you at this time.
Yeah, Chair. Thank you. Zebina Haga, board members, the Nosinigidor Adi, Naso Tanigi, Ro Delegate Atto So Yate. The Ado Hazon Kishan at the neck as you bank is Hashnet. According legislation, draft Gigi, a 11 in Bunyel, so did as the so enigi at so the so I guess so abini did nahalo it it's on the legislation it's zenigit it's on na paigi ako bin yet dinner so hadil so ipa pahoni lado the so inigi ebe bast even in edit oh hadil adot only federal law yes hishi only there's federal law, there's the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978. Kashkaji the United States Supreme Court that has no force, that has no teeth in law, but it's just a policy statement. No, yes, Ado across aided Nascotis late Smith versus Oregon de Hashni as they been a Hagaji Yahi Azande employees in Lenigi state and Lisigi. In Nasha Habadot and Azay Choyos own did unemployment Haiti land they don't stop it all. Nagi Peyote drug at Ebedot need a kundi a co even in out of unemployment by La Ligada Ado Epic Kitchen Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So that protects that gave it substance. The American Indian Religious Freedom Act by STF, it gave it substance. But then again, the Supreme Court said, you can't apply it to states, no. But you can apply it to the federal government. No, of course, so there are so there are protections in the federal government. Although I just wanted to let you all know that states they enacted some sort of law similar to the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Or it is the chances that there's a religious exception for it. So there was a 1991 Supreme Court case, United States versus Boyle. The Supreme Court, that the religious use of peyote is not just limited to Native Americans. They could participate in the religious use of peyote, from the Supreme Court. So anyway, so the whole purpose deepening the legislation it stresses that it's limited to Native Americans. No, do the religious use gi a edepa so it also the no the cut so it's not also neither so you can take it whenever you want. Aboriginals so baby visions in na lo edota ako be it only ain't been killed this audience and so it's all the delegate Charles Newton says yeah he had it all you said holding it ako yeah thank you Madam Chair.
I just know that,
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So votes green via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
A motion has been established to adjourn by Vice Chair Otto, so can I get a second? Honorable Vince James, we need a second. Star 6.
So now that you keep going in and out, in the last legislation, was unable to ask questions, but I'll go ahead and second. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Janella. So we did get the vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. For the report, the next report for Chief New, that one has been moved to the next Law and Order Committee agenda. We are now at adjournment. We have a motion established by Honorable Otto, so a second by Honorable Vince James. So with that, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Can you hear me, Shanella?
Now I can. Oh.
Regent So votes screen via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James, vote screen.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we are hereby adjourned. It is now 4:17. Thank you, everyone who is listening in to the Law and Order Committee meeting. Our next committee meeting will be taking place next week on May 16th via teleconference at a regular time at 10 o'clock a.m. So with that, we are hereby adjourned. Thank you.
I'll go no.